Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to event live from King's Resort in Roscoff. This is the final day. Hope you're all very well wherever you are tuning in from, be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. 24 players remaining now. The average stack fast approaching 4 million. Small blind is 60k. Big blind is 120k with 120k running big blind ante. You can find out additional information on the Kings Resort website. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow if you are new to the channel. And we do see an all in a call. Standard enough stuff, less than 10. Big blinds in the pot. King 10-8. King 7 for Simon. Marcel with pocket fives, who is the at-risk player, is in a lot of trouble now to remain in this event as we hit the river. Just 2 5s remaining in the deck. It is an ace. And we will lose him in 24th place, and that means 23 players remaining now. Hello, Osmo. What's happening, buddy? And we've got some action here with 22 players remaining now. Two ace kings and a king jack of hearts for Errol Cagoon, who was playing a lot of aggressive poker last night, was not afraid to make some very creative bluffs that I wouldn't have recommended to a friend, but he did get away with a lot of them. And we were playing till about 3:30 in the morning at Kings. Hopefully these players are well rested for a long action-packed day ahead of them. By the way, my name is Action Man Dan, your announcer, an Irish pundit for this one. I see Hot Sauce saying about making a full screen. You can indeed make a full screen. All this action coming to you live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov on a 30-minute delay. These guys just going to be chopping this one up. Krista van Berkel, one of the Dutchies remaining in this field, is going to have to get lucky here. We've seen her bink with ace king of spades against aces late last night. Is up against it here against Asatoma. And Asatoma using a screen name. I am fairly certain that's one of my favorite names to say on this channel. Is that not the great and powerful Boris Rozanovsky? Maybe someone knows in the chat. King 7-3 is the flop. Needs a straight card or a 6 on the turn. It is a deuce, a 6 and a 6 only. The River is a 10, and we lose Krista Van Berkel in 22nd place. Great run for her. Unlucky in the end. C'est la vie. I'm sure we'll see her again. 3 eliminations already today. I think we actually started with 25. So 4 eliminations. Current payout is €1,750. The winner of this event will be crowned your Dutch Classics main event champion to the tune of €53,900. First, second, third, and fourth all going to get a 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. I do like what Acetoma is wearing. Cool top. So in the opening proceedings, it looks like we only have 6 players at this table. Michael Tollervey from the UK, Simon Fiala, Zoran Zorik, Acetoma. We just lost Krista Van Berkel. We will be getting new arrivals as we have our latest departure. Marcel Schwartz, average stack. We lost Marcel Schwartz as well. So we've lost 2 players off this table. Average stack 4.3 million. Testament to how great these structures are at Kings. Simon, you take that one down. Pocket trees. Warham with the ace queen. That's 250 on the king 6-4. He will take that one down, repping King or the likes on that board. This guy has a mountain of chips and one to watch in this tournament. Very aggro player. Really enjoyed commentating on his play last night. What thought asks, how do I turn off chat? Right, okay, so you're going to go to the bottom right hand corner of your screen. It's going to be the last icon that says full screen, and you're going to hit that full screen button, and you're going to have a full screen without the chat. Thank you for your question. Rat is looking for Stefan. You're in the wrong airport, buddy. He's over on the German channel. Doran, we take that one down with the ace, king of diamonds. So we're going to be playing 3 tables of 7. And we'll have a redraw when we hit 16 players remaining. What sauce says, no, the chat is here, even though I make full screen. Absolute joke. You have a theatre mode, you have a full screen. I'm not treating you like you're stupid, or really not, or maybe it's just not working. You can alternatively find this on the YouTube channel and maybe just go full screen there. Enjoy the show, buddy. Nice to have you with us on this Monday afternoon. Hope you're all very well. Pay jump is looming from 21st to 20th place from €1,750 to 2,250. Simon taking that one down on the Queen 10 Jack with the Jack 10. Bit of a wide defend from the 9-5 offsuit. I would prefer to be suited. Even something like 9-6 offsuit, 9-7 offsuit, 9-8 offsuit can play a lot better. I expect to see Earl be very active with this amount of chips in a tournament like this. Bozy says if you're on the phone, double tap the right of the screen to adjust chat settings. That might work as well. Nice one, Bozy. We're very friendly, interactive channel here. We have a great action army. On the Twitch, always helping each other. Every day is a learning day and class is in session. Hope you're dusting off your cobwebs. Hopefully you're not too hungover on this Monday morning / afternoon. You see the pocket fours opening. Win is going to call on the button, who has shit loads of chips. Playing 10 million plus to start this hand. Is just going to call. Could have elected to 3-bet, but against an early position open, just decides to flat. Flatting's fine. I might be more inclined to 3-bet the offsuit combinations of King, Queen, and King, Jack, and be more inclined to call with the suited variety because more things can happen post-flop, especially when we are in position. Does elect to just call, and the flop is 9-8-6, and this is a terrible board for Earl to continue on. Not great for Win either. Just got to see this go check, check a lot of the time. Win might decide to just bet right here, right now, because that 9 is out there. He's going to pick up a lot of equity in the form of a straight draw, a flush draw, or a pair on the turn. And we can get Ace-X to fold right here, right now. So stabbing seems totally acceptable to me. Does go for quite a small size. Might have went a little bit larger there. 9 of hearts rolls off on the turn, and now Win does have a flush draw. It does pair the board. It's a really bad card to continue firing on. However, Win will have a lot of 9x in his hand. Hands like 9-10. Maybe Jack 9 suited, King 9 suited, Queen 9 suited. Ace 9, of course. Although more of the Ace-X kind of belongs to the early position open. I say early position, we are playing 3 tables of 7 now. Does bet 360. Earl is hanging around on the turn, and I'm not a big fan of this. Win's going to bet 1.25 million here on the river. That Jack of Diamonds completes everything. I am shocked that Earl has called him down with just pocket fours. My eyes don't believe what I'm seeing. He must have some sort of genius live tell to call 3 streets out of position with an underpair to the board. How do you like those apples for the starting proceedings here at the feature table? What do you think about that hand? Let me know in the chat. That was incredible. I didn't really give that Turner River enough talking points as it was more the river. I just didn't think we were ever going to be seeing a call there from the pocket fours. Boy, oh boy, was I wrong. Throw that one into your calculators, your solver lands. He can only beat a stone cold bluff really on the river from an ace high or a king high or maybe a queen high type holding, maybe a straight blocker. Any 10 makes a straight on that river as well, as far as I'm aware. Or was 6, 8, 9, 9 jack. So not any 10 making a straight, but a lot of combinations to get there on the river. The flush comes in. It's a paired board. I think it's an absolutely absurdly light call there with pocket fours. These guys came to play. 20 players remaining now. And Earl with a real hand here, pocket kings. Calling the raise from Michael. Michael raises to 250 with the ace-queen offsuit, and Simon comes along for the ride in the big blind. Three-way action with nearly $1 million in the pot. King, Jack, 7. Earl flopping top set. Good shot, straight draw for Michael. And the 5's coming up short. And Earl is going to raise to 575. Expected to see him just call in position the majority of the time. For 400k more, Michael might hang around when we are this deep to see a turn. Knows Earl is a bit of a scallywag, calling down on that board with just pocket 4s a few moments ago. Michael does just let it go. I just don't see the merit to raising in position there with top set when we have the board crushed like that. Yes, it's fine to build a pot, or maybe you're scared and want to check raise out of position, get more money in and all that kind of crack. But when we are in position, we have the button, we've the deck crippled in a multi-way pot. We just want to call. Rusty agrees with me. What's up, Rusty? Earl raised to 250. Size of this guy's stack now, over 14 million to start the hand. Ace deuce off suit from the cutoff. Win is going to call on the button. Flopping best on the king 9-9. Win with top pair, decent kicker. Positional advantage against the aggressive Earl. Earl's going to raise to 275. Jack 5 of clubs. Ace Ace 6 is the flop. Michael calling with the King Queen offsuit from the small blind. And Earl is just going to bet and take it down. Against a guy like Earl, I might be more persuaded to hang around there on the flop with a backdoor. We can't be letting Earl just run all over us. He's definitely got the fear factor working for him. Nice to have you with us, Richie. Hope you're keeping well. Around to the small blind for Asatoma with 44 bigs. Richard raises to 320. And he will take that one down, adding the blinds and antes to his stack. 18 players remaining now. We are 2 eliminations away from the aforementioned redraw. Michael raises to 250. Michael bets 160 on the King Jack Deuce with a lot of equity and will take that one down. 18 players remaining, all guaranteed €2,250. No pay jump to worry about for the next couple of bust outs. We are off to a flying start here. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the final day of the €250 buy-in Dutch Classics main event, brought to you live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov on a 30-minute delay. Ace Queen of Hearts here in the hijack for Michael. Michael raises to 250 with the Ace Queen of Hearts. Richard calling with the Ace Jack of Spades. Asatoma calling in the cutoff before the button with pocket 7. So we have a lot of action. Earl in for a penny, in for a pound, and with the 7 deuce of hearts. Flop is Jack 10-9. It is Richard who has flop best. Open-ended for Michael. Sevens with a good shot straight draw to the arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. And the same for Earl. Here's a backdoor flush draw. It wouldn't shock me to see Earl Cagoon do something crazy here out of nowhere. I love these players. You just don't know what they're going to do next. But you can't win every hand, Earl. I've never heard of this guy before, and I'm looking to try find him, his Hendon mob. I'm finding an Earl Chance, but I don't think that's him. Anyone got any info on this guy? Be sure to let me know in the chat. Danke Shen. Richard will take that one down with his top pair, top kicker. Acetoma is going to raise with the blinds going up to 80, 160, 160. That's 80k small blind, 160k big blind with 160k running big blind ante. Acetoma's going to raise it up with the Jack 10 off suit, and Richard is going to call. Acetoma's going to bet 300k. Richard's going to call with the best hand, King 4. Top pair, that's a 4 club on board. Acetoma can have some clubs. Richard can have some clubs. We might just see Richard check back this one with 1.4 million already out there. No reason to try get extra value. Just going to get called by a club the majority of the time. We'll just check it back. Now playing 4.7 million for 30 big blinds. Earl taking that one down with the pocket eights. Richard opening, and Earl staying aggro, which has been his MO since the start of the day, and he is accumulating chips at a rapid rate. Asatoma opening from early position with the king tree of clubs. It is under the gun, but we are 6 to 7 handed. I still think this is going to be a little bit too loosey-goosey for my liking, especially into this lineup. Average stack over 5 million now. Simon opening with pocket trees from the button. Asatoma with king 7 offsuit in the big blind. With his color-coded chips. Look at that. Fancy pants. Piecing out a 3-bet. Wants to make it somewhere around $1 million. I think this is a very, very small 3-bet. It's 2.5x. I would like to see him make it closer to 3x. A cool mill is just a touch over 3x the open. And as for Simon, if we're against a super aggro player, sometimes we might just 4-bet rip. We are getting really good odds to see the flop in position, so that's the option he is going to go for, and I think this is the best thing to do. If Asatoma made it $1 million, we could just release our pocket trees. When we're getting a great price like that, not going to have a lot of flops that contain a tree, but that's not the only wheels that are in motion here. There are some boards that we are going to be able to take this one down on if Asatoma gives up, etc., etc. So 600k is the bet. What am I seeing here today? Guys want to play with under pairs to the board. Not something I'm used to seeing. You would just think trees going into the muck almost 100% of the time on 10, 9, 7, 2 diamonds. It's not even a good board for an over pair, let alone an under pair. Don't try this at home, folks. Over 3 million in the pot now. That's Toma with the best hand. But if Simon thinks he can take this one away, checks back turn. Would we check behind on the turn with an 8? I don't think so. Simon just hoping to win against Ace Jack, Ace Queen, Ace King. Asatoma wins a really nice pot. Perhaps he was going to put the cape on. I guess we'll never know. Asatoma is playing under a new alias, but I assure you, this guy is one to watch in this tournament with 18 players remaining. The cream always rises to the top. And Asatoma is as good as it gets, battling his way through this starting entry field size of 1,807. Yep, a snap. The blade and stingrays in the house, says what's better than roses on a piano. Tulips on an organ. Oh! What's up, Yappa Snap? Need some of your enthusiastic energy. I feel like there's a lot of sore heads at the tail end of this summer. And even sore, emptier pockets. It is a Monday afternoon, and I can safely say I'm not hungover. Can you say the same? Our survey says, Sounds says go Earl. Earl is one to watch for sure. Yappa Snap says we are getting there, people. Not long to go. Says he's still drunk. Well, if you're still drunk, that means you can't be hungover. Technically, it's hard to be both. Yappa Snap, you strike me as someone who would like parties, techno, melodic house, Tomorrowland vibes. Are you familiar with a DJ called Fisher? Fisher. He is from down under. And he brings the ruckus to the ladies, Larry. A Curb Your Enthusiasm quote for all you fans out there. Queen 9, 7, 10 is the board we are faced with. It'll now with 2 pair, top 2, but it's not on the greatest of boards. Asatoma is going to see where he's at. Earl says, well, have some of that. Redraw is just going to take that one down with a check raise. And takes in another pot. Yes, Yappa Snap says, I am. I went to his event. Ah, brilliant. I knew it. I knew you'd know this guy. My man. Been mistaken for him many times. There's your visual for who you were dealing with. There's some funny clips of him online. He's sessioning with his 74-year-old mother on the rollover at 11 a.m. the following morning. I'm a bit of a DJ myself, Yappa Snap. My favorite artist is probably Solomon. Not sure if you're familiar with Solomon, but if you're familiar with Fisher, then you probably should be. I like a bit of Paul Kalkbrenner from my earlier German days. See a 3-bet coming in hot from the ace-3 offsuit. Again, would like to see this be a little bit of a larger sizing. This guy is just a Hoover. Hoovering in chips at this feature. Yep, Snap says he's not generally into techno, into more acoustic guitar, 80s, 90s, 2000s stuff. Yeah, I like anything from classical music to heavy metal. You can't be from Ireland anyway. You'll know who I'm talking about, especially if you like guitar. But Thin Lizzy and Rory Gallagher would even give Jimi Hendrix a run for his money back in the day. I used to be, or still am, a massive fan of the likes of Fleetwood Mac. Got to see them live. I definitely had a hangover the day after that, I tell you, Yappa Snap. Orchestrated is my time, surely you know them. I actually don't. I'll have a look. Earl, over 100 bigs now, just incredible. King 10 off suit. Win with pocket sevens. $400k is the bet from Earl. Win faced with 3 overcards to his pocket sevens. A lot of the time our hand would just go into the muck on the King 9-8 2 club flop. But against the likes of Earl, who's capable of firing with any 2 cards really on this flop, perhaps Win wants to see a turn card in position, hoping that Earl might just start to check it over to him at that point. However, Earl is the kind of geezer who's going to fire multiple barrels. And if we think we're going to be faced with multiple barrels, it's probably best to get rid of our sevens right here, right now. He does call and picks up a very nice turn card in the form of the 5 of clubs. Wynn's going to nod his head, hoping to get the showdown and win. That ace of spades killing all action. And Errol is now playing 18.555 million. Yeehaw! Eight six deuce cut off against the big blind. Richard defending with ace four of hearts. Simon with queen nine off suit. What's the fire on the 8-6 deuce? You see about a half pot sizing here. A lot of players will bet really small. I actually really like that sizing. Right off the bat, you're putting hands that contain a 6 or a deuce or a weak 8x into a blender right off the get-go. A lot of people might say, oh, that sizing looks too big, 425 into 8. But that half pot, you could even go a little bit bigger. If our opponent calls on flop, they're going to have to fold so many hands on the turn. So nice play there. I've made a note of that Yappa Snap. I have screenshotted. And we'll look it up. It's just I was watching Fisher's Tomorrowland set there the other day, and I thought of you. I was like, I better ask Yappa Snap if he knows Fisher. Maybe a stupid question, but not really a stupid question if you're not in that realm. He is super famous at this stage. I really like what Acetoma does with the chips here. It's a lot of work, though. You have to constantly do it, especially if you're winning pots. Maybe he could do that with Earl's castle in front of him. They're going to have to chip that guy up at some point. The pink chips are now in play, of course. 500k a pop. Still 18 remaining. Average stack 5 million. Still 81, 60, 160. Asatoma takes that one down. With the AJ. Richard takes down Jones and Anthony. Takes the diamond. Earl of 5-3 of spades, raised to 460. Simon putting a stop to Earl on this occasion, rejamming around 23 to 25 bigs there. 25 it looks like. Takes that one away from Earl. A rare occurrence for Earl not to win the pot. Raising. Queen Jack offsuit, win calling with the same hand. Former with 8-7 offsuit. Three-way action to the flop, 1.2 million in the middle, 8-5 deuce. No one hitting anything. Range advantage under the gun. Big blind can connect with this one. A reasonable portion of time. On the checks. Does take that one down with range advantage on that board. Bit of a banger playing in the background for the ambiance on this Monday afternoon at Kings. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Too late. Heart's already broken. Michael raises to 350. The king jack off suit. Under the gun. For the monster, jacks, 350 to go. Win goes for a 3-bet. I'm not the biggest fan of attacking the under the gun open here. Yes, we are not 9-handed, not coloring. Not the biggest fan of this combo. We're not even suited. If Michael decides to call, we're going post flop with king 8 off suit, the bloated pot out of position. Michael was 4-bet rip for 26 big blinds total. I just don't think Michael Color V has been too out of line for win to warrant 3-betting with this combo. Would prefer it against Earl, but having said that, good luck trying to get Earl to fold. That's a very nice pickup for the Jacks 4-bet ripping, by the way. Earl is going to check with 10-6 of hearts. Over to win. On the Queen 5-3. Wouldn't have shocked me to see Earl just bet this anyway, but not the greatest of flops. The in-position player going to have a lot of Queen X, and he's got the small blind to worry about also. Michael with 6s, by the way, not going to be going anywhere just yet. I'm flabbergasted. I just thought Earl was going to be done with the hand. Instead, finds a way to win that pot as well. This guy is playing out of his goddamn mind. Everyone is scared of him. It doesn't seem to matter what his cards are. You think he's checking to give up, and suddenly he's check raising with a hand that should never be going into the check raise node. What is this man going to do next? I always say the Dutch Classics main event, one of my favourite ones to commentate on. There's always some crazy dudes left in the field, but this guy, I want to question his plays of saying this can't be good, you can't be. It's a lot of the moves he's making in theory are not great. However, in practice, every single goddamn thing he's doing is working. So who am I to question Earl Calgoon's play? Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, ladies and gentlemen. This guy is involved in nearly every hand. I don't know his exact stats. His VPIP is through the roof. That's voluntary putting money in the pot. But he's basically winning every hand he's involved in. Yappa Snaps has played a player, I suppose. Thinks he will be found out soon enough. That fear factor is huge. He's also running good, Yappa Snap, which is very important to note. And you see this guy here, Asatoma. He's watching everything. If he gets a stack going, he will be a very strong contender to put a severe dent in Earl Calgoon's stack. Yappa Snap says if you know what a person will do to certain moves, it doesn't really matter what cards you have. You still have to pull the trigger and get away with it successfully, Yappa Snap. When he check raises there, he's repping very strong with 10-6 of hearts. But range advantage for a queen type holding is in Wynn's shoes there. So it's not a board he should be attacking. If this guy does not play by the rules, 1 million is the bet from the little duckies on the 5-3-6. 17 players remaining now, meaning we are one elimination away from the aforementioned redraw. And he just takes down another one. He's just reminding me of DJ Khaled now. And another one. And you've heard the man, blinds are up next hand. Richie thinks he's going to pay off at one time when somebody limps in with top of the range. Yeah, it's all about trapping this guy. He will get caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Oh, wow. He's got the goods here. Azatoma with an ill-timed 3-bet, facing a cut-off open from Michael. Errol not wasting much time before 4-bet ripping the full enchilada. All you can eat. Both showing an ace. And Errol showing the king of diamonds then on top of it. If you were tuning in last night, Earl had no problem showing cards when he had it, when he didn't have it, putting lads out of their misery on several occasions, which I'm not the biggest fan of. Having said that, he does have a whopping 52% of all the chips in play at this feature table, with 17 players remaining in the Dutch Classics main event. Goody gumdrops. What a position to be in, playing for over 50 G's, baby. Blinds are up and still over 100 bigs. Well said, Richie, my boy. 100k is now the small blind. 200k is now the big blind, with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. Bird says howdy, meowdy. Meow. Simon raising from under the gun, which I'm not a fan of with this unsuited combination. Win going to shove 24 bigs after Earl comes along for the ride in small blind with pocket fives. And he will fold and show. Still maintaining over 20 million in chips. Queen gets out of the way. That's his home with the queen tail of diamonds. Simon with king 8 off suit. Flop is 7-7 deuce. That looks to be a fairly large bet of $500,000. Takes that one down, and you've heard the man. Stop dealing. We are going on a redraw. Break for the guts of 20 minutes. I'm going to rustle up some grub. Go get myself sorted for a Sunday roast on a Monday. Don't mind if I do. Don't go anywhere. We're coming back with 2 tables of 8, which is going to be a very action-packed day of poker, and I'm excited for it. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
I don't know, man. We're just seeing it more and more. There's a way to fast track this career path if you're lucky enough to be mentored by the right people, if you have a certain aptitude towards learning proper strategy within the framework that works.
What you have? Yeah. Okay, raise.
Kamoshi raises to 8,000, and by the way, there's nothing more validating than the sight in the YouTube chat of one Claudio De Marzo, who says it is indeed pronounced Kamoshi. And with that YouTube handle, that account name,
Yeah,
I'm inclined to believe him.
I think so. I think you're right.
Now, let's see how Neugebauer feels about ace-9 of clubs out of the small.
Let's see the flop.
A flat, and then I believe a lobbying effort from the opener.
If you do too much cabrera, I'll become fatty.
Become what?
Fatty.
What it means?
Fakhreddin Mustafa.
Ah.
You know how he was
Yeah.
skating on. I'll be the anti-cabrera.
Oh, we have a hand there.
Ooh.
How much is that?
My goodness, of all the things that we expected to glance up at after the raise and call, a jam from Queen 8 offsuit in the big is not among them. And that tilted head, not unlike a puppy being whistled at, that which I'm soaking up in the booth here from Berkey.
It's ambitious.
Too much.
It's
The real cabrera.
It's gonna work.
Jack 9 suited, man.
It's definitely gonna work.
He knows what's coming.
How about it? What did I say about the Persian dudes, Berkey?
Yeah, no, you're right. Stealing the pot was all he had on his mind.
It's my man. Pocket queens, and you become so much more dangerous when you have high VPIP and real kit. Maybe not so much at this table, though, given, as we just discussed, the lack of anyone having presented themselves as being willing to ask questions of this high VPPing Kamoshi.
Again, though, just falls on distribution. Svetnov here has him covered. They're both incredibly deep at 100 big blinds each, give or take. Queen 9 of spades, often going to play just as a call. Here we're going to see a 3-bet jam, followed by what I assume will be a re-ISO from Kamosi.
Well, Neugebauer quite happy to have a little meat in the sandwich as he rips it in, and yet he's going to be involved in El Clasico. Can't imagine there's any world in which Kamoshi suddenly nukes queens.
No, it's really just a question of call versus jam. He knows that he's almost never being trapped by the button, so it's a question of if he just continues through a call, can he ever induce? He is just going to call.
Of course, as we can see, Queen Nine of Spades is going to have no further interest. So they're on their backs now as we play an over 200K pot. Defending main event champ is behind, but just by 2% with 5 to come.
Wow, the prepay. Strong.
And effective, it would seem, on a spadeless 998 board. The queens
How fortunate.
leap way in front.
He faded the Queen Nine of Spades.
Almost a 3-1 favorite now, better than 4-1 after the turn presents the 4. So Neugebauer knows the bell tolls, needs to find an ace or a king to down the ladies, and instead it's an 8. And we will have ourselves a new champion this year in the main.
Without remembering, I'm probably going to smash 3 names together.
That was really great.
That's a thing that I do, by the way. Like with words, too.
Really?
I've been doing it my whole life. I don't know what causes it. There's actually a name for it, which I don't recall off the top of my head.
Maybe if we got one of those scans, the little corpus callosum, you know, the thing that connects the two lobes, maybe you got some extra threads between
or
those
maybe
two
none at all.
Wow, that gets cool, by
Real
the way.
disconnect.
Yeah.
Imagine I've just been living this duality for all this time, unaware.
Listen, I don't want to medicate the mutants, you know. I want them as they are.
Yeah.
Let's not fix it. This is what makes things interesting.
Right.
As we can see the impact of a monotonous sort of GTO-heavy approach, it would seem, scattered about this particular field.
Yeah,
King, 4 trip kings for Velocevic. They're not here to entertain us. They're here to win a tournament.
This is what happens when you dole out Adderall like Pez and hand them a GTO Wizard Sim.
Berkey, careful. Pocket sixes, by the way, have themselves some merits to continuing here.
Yeah, no club. Probably always just going to follow through with a call. It's always a really special time when you just find that random 6 from heaven on the turn.
Well, not available here as the pre-flop raisers follow through was called, and he's not going to be slowing down. There's a barrel, and with 38,000 in the middle, he comes with 13.
This is one of the biggest differentiators, I think, between cash and tournament strategy. When we follow through on turns in cash games where the SPR is a bit deeper, we start to play like the king not king game, you know, and you start to go for like really big greedy bets. But in tournaments, you're massaging, you know, it's a constant back and forth of chicken where
the river leaves you with
the nuts, yeah, basically.
a counterfeiting effect. I know that's not where you were going with your
No,
story, but
no, but it's actually quite a good event some of the time here for the full house, for the King Jack, because 6s can't show down, you know. Now, of course, we know that he's probably just going to bet and win, but...
You mean in terms of what? A bluff?
It happens from time to time, believe it or not.
Not as a raise, does it?
Well...
Berkey, you're just thinking back on your own life right now.
Yeah, you know, you got
nutbag.
You got to bluff something, Ali. You know, what better than the 6 high? You know?
Well, here comes a very cozy third and final barrel from Velocevic, and of course, Svetanov. Doesn't matter how deep stacked you are, you're not feeling good about a man who's willing to get after you across 3 streets on that particular board with air. You know, this feels oddly, and I know that we don't have adequate data maybe to make these sort of blanket generalizations about what we're seeing. An ace suited on the button, a jam from Lee, but I was going to say sort of a piece of fruit ripe for the picking in terms of the deference and sort of the lull, like anybody that wants to actually say, all right, let me change gears here and snatch some chips.
I think
Might, you know, be well served.
Yeah, I think part of it is, though, we're still so far away from the bubble entry, either just closed or will be closing after this level.
A jam from Kamoshi, and unfortunately for Lee's purposes, Velocevic has folded an ace.
Spades are live, though.
The path to a W and continued attendance here in this main event has been made that much more difficult for Daehyung Lee. $136K pot. Now, while that isn't the flop that we had in mind, it does present an opportunity to counterfeit the nines. We'd love to see something like a jack.
Jack
on
of
the
spades,
turn.
10 of spades, maybe for max sweat.
The five of diamonds instead.
King of spades.
What a boring turn.
King of spades for split pot. King of spades is split
King
pot.
of spades, money back.
Kamoshi facetiously pretending not to have a grip on the
I
game.
know.
And maybe this is somehow a karmic arrival on the river as Lee, given a stay of execution, and ask your doctor if your heart is healthy enough for a double.
My heart.
It's too tempting, such a big tournament, but it's
But
also
we
like
need to
6
scout where the
re-entries.
Euros are going in
It's also
December.
what? 6 re-entries, or maybe even more.
And
because
then
of,
maybe
like,
go
they have,
somewhere
like, a
else.
lot of flights. Yeah,
They make a field tough.
still hesitating. And I also has to go to Las Vegas because I leave some money on the deposit, and I should show up, you know.
Okay, Bahamas it is, Ali.
Must be nice, by the way. Shoko's like, I got to pop by Vegas. I left some money on deposit.
Well, you're a man about the world. You don't.
I don't leave money on deposit. when I stamp my passport at customs, it's with all the money that I brought.
You don't have some drop-off points across the globe?
Nah. Try to stay off of Homeland Security's radar, Maddie.
Well, that's easier said than done.
And also probably not the best thing to say.
Right.
Why am I trying to stay off their radar? Ace 10 is very much on the radar of this ace queen as a 6K opener from the small blind. This is a modern day cooler, as our booth brethren Henry Kilbane likes to refer to it. Let us observe how Thomas wants to approach the affair.
I actually thought you were comparing Thomas to Henry. They are a bit of a doppelganger.
You know, as I look at that image there, you're right about that.
Take a day off, mate.
I don't know that we're going to be taking a day off with this ace queen. However, do you feel like a 3-bet is compulsory, or do we balance with some flats?
It's a little bit tricky because my understanding is there isn't a lot of raising taking place from the small blind. I feel like ace 10 off might be a bit on the wide side, but I could be wrong. Usually, especially at depth, you want to lean on more suited hands.
As raise candidates, if you're Stetsuda?
Yeah, but, you know, ace queen is ace queen in a 1v1 spot blind versus blind. You're going to be ahead of the vast majority of those opening hands.
So we go up to the third floor. King 7 tray board presents no immediate assistance to either party, although, of course, eyes on that ace of diamonds, potentially, for the freshly minted stack of Stetsuda, which does cover a Shan.
Yeah, I imagine we're going to see Thomas come with a smallish bet here. These are kind of the confrontations where too much money can find its way into the pot very quickly. Hand maybe stepping a little outside the norm with the ace 10 off pre. You find a little hope post with that backdoor diamond draw, backdoor straight draw. Suddenly we find ourselves on the river, you know?
13,000, and I'm not sure that we're all that river bound with ace 10, although maybe we're turn bound. TBD.
I would suspect that he probably has a little too much hand here to just fold versus quarter pot. But you're right. The hope is a bit bleak. Could be drawing dead to pairs, assuming you're up against something like ace-king. Making runner-runner and realizing it out of position, not the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah, you do need to kind of, in a chess-like manner, consider future moves.
These are the type of spots, though, and type of boards. You get a little creative, you know? You're not going to have that naked ace of diamonds all that often.
Listen, that left brain activation can prove expensive from time to time, although consider if all of a sudden he did do something, how ace-queen would feel about it. A flat, the chosen path, a board pair now, which does present opportunity to the Ukrainian.
I wouldn't suspect very much 7x in either range, which is probably going to slow Thomas down here quite a bit, because it will funnel him to his opponent to so much king x and diamond draws, neither of which he's such a big favorite against that he needs to start funneling chips in the middle.
So it goes
There you have
check, and there is the path to the chop that I hadn't considered. Finding the ace in both camps. King kicker plays.
I wouldn't be shocked to see something along the lines of like block bet jam here.
Instead, it is a check from Stetsura, and I think he's kind of hoping that maybe he sees a normalish bet sizing out of Aishan, who is deeply incentivized as the pre-flop 3-better to rep this ace-king high board.
Yeah. Personally, I'm quite greedy in these spots.
What's that, Gordon Gecko?
I think unless I gave a lot of credibility to Stetsura to being capable of having ace king here, I would go very large, somewhere between pot and all in, just trying to put a king in a blender. He seems to have kind of positioned himself into having mostly just bluff catchers as played. But yeah, wouldn't really fault anything from half pot to pot.
Well, what have we here? Into 64-5 comes a full pot-size bet. And now the polarity of this sizing creates some discomfort for Stetsura, because you don't necessarily love calling 65,000 in the hopes that you're simply going to be able to get half of what's out there.
Right, yeah. I think like most of the time you're expecting to chop. Some of the time you're expecting to lose the ace-king. But, you know, let's give Thomas some credit. He's not just going to triple off all of his bluffs. He may have some hands here that find themselves at bottom of range through the bet check line that are kind of forced to rep the ace. This is really the only size I think he's going to choose one check to on the end.
I think the non-zero frequency with which we just scooped this one, if Aishan is ambitiously bluffing for half of his remaining stack, is part of what lathers forward the call.
Yeah.
And let's carve it up. And Thomas is, there's
That's
the
pain.
eyebrows, yeah.
That is
okay,
pain.
buddy.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back after the break. Hope you got some nice grub into you. I know I certainly did. It's a bad day to be a turkey. We have done the aforementioned redraw. If you're just tuning in, it's the Dutch Classics main event, final day. Final two tables, brought to you live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. And at this table, we have not lost the chip leader. We have Dan, who was making some crazy moves last night. Some very creative bluffs, to say the least. And he was in a few tussles with that man right there, Errol Kagun. Just rips the lot here from the small with the Jack 7 off suit. And takes that one down. Return EV is at this table. Who win? David Savoca, who's a decent player remaining in this field. Asatoma, do not sleep on that guy. Adriano Gali and Dean T. Sla, who looks to be from the Netherlands. So you still have a Dutchie in the field, guys. Hello to Worst Hands. Hello to Chili. Hello to Bird. Hello to Johan, the main man. Hello to Mr. Raffle. That's enough hellos for the moment. I'm having a surplus of bugs, flies, wasps, etc. coming in my window today. Some lovely weather here in Ireland. Hope you're having nice weather too on this Monday afternoon, wherever you're tuning in from. Be it YouTube or the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. And if you want to find out additional information, head over to the King's Resort website. We even have our own merchandise store over there. And we also are on all the usual social media platforms. Errol raising to 450 from the button with 5 high. David defending. Now, David was at our feature table last night, so he has an idea of what way Earl has been playing. He was kind of just staying out of dodge. He's no problem making moves if he has to. He is up $127,000 and change in tournament live earnings. I know it says tournament live earnings. I just prefer to call it cashes. I think cashes is the best term for it. Earnings makes it look like it's all profit. We see Acetoma raising from under the gun with King 10 suited. Dean shoving 8.6 bigs total here with pocket 10s, and this is going to be very tough for Acetoma to fold. Sub 10 bigs, he's already invested too. It's going to be about 6.6 big blinds more. Do see players getting away from these hands sometimes when it cripples us or our opponent is just super tight. If it was any more, we might see Acetoma fold. If it was any less, it's an easy call. It's right in the middle there where we are 8-handed now. But overall, I feel like we are getting 2-1 on our money. We need about 33% equity. Technically, on paper, we're not getting the correct odds here by a few percent. This is super close. I used to think that you had to just call these ones, but that's a really disciplined fold. And I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Aye, Paul. Taking it down. And that's a great pickup uncontested there from the King 10. Obviously doesn't mind getting called when he has pocket 10s with the overall range. Nice to just take that one down and not have to C5. This is a hell of a different spot. Earl can well afford it. Not worried about the 5.6 bigs. Gives a bit of a smile. Reggiano is the one smiling. 80% equity here against the 10-9 offsuit with the ace-10. Ace in the window, ace-5-3. And Earl is going to lose a hand, it looks like. It's okay though, playing almost 100 big blinds still. What's pretty obvious, but I'm still going to say it anyway, it's so nice to have a stack of 100 bigs. You could lose a 10 big blind flip, a 20 big blind flip with ace king against jacks, for example, and you still have 80 big blinds. That's what those kind of stacks are for. You can take these risks and it doesn't affect you too much. It will affect you, but it doesn't affect your tournament life. Like if he loses 20 big blinds here, he's still playing an unbelievable stack of 80 big blinds is my whole point. Under the gun opening with 10s. Dean defending with ace 9 of diamonds. And the flop is 9, 10, 7. Top set for return EV. Dean just rips the 2 million into him. And return EV calls. And I believe return EV is a player we have seen at Kings before. I do not know his real name. I cannot think of it. If anyone can help me in the chat, feel free. I'm not the biggest fan of Dean's check or just rips into an under the gun range there on the 10-9-7. If we call, we're going to be in a lot of pain and hurt. Case in point, getting called by top set. Gets called by all the overpairs. Gets called by a lot of 10x. $15 players remaining now. Pay jump is looming to 2,880. Win opening from the hijack with King Jack flopping top pair. Danilo is a very creative player. Case in point, betting 700k. Duncan with just 9-7 offsuit on the Jack 6 deuce. This ain't going to work, buddy. Win with a 4.7 behind, just wants to call. Do see some players raise here, and I just don't like it at all. Just want to keep in all the bluffs. Dan spent 1.2 million here on the turn, on one of the worst turns, because I just don't ever see him leading a deuce for 700k on this flop. So, what is he trying to say he has? A 6 just checks on the turn, or at least should. Win just checks back on the river. Would like for Win to take some time before checking there. Could perhaps have extracted value from a weaker jack. He most likely doesn't have a stronger jack. The big blind defending with the ace jack. We blocked that as well. I'm just not the biggest fan of how Dan played that one. Let's see what Dan does here on the 10-8-7 with ace-5 of clubs. 3 overcards to the 6, as we've seen under pairs calling down earlier. Aces for return EV. About 300k. Not an ideal spot here for David Savoca, flopping top pair. Hijack against the big blind. Now 700k is the bet on the turn. The Queen of Diamonds, giving David a straight draw to go with his top pair. Gonna have to call this one more time. And let's see a river. River is the Queen of Spades. Does decide to check back. I was wondering if he was going to try go for 3 straights. Perhaps there's some Queen X that David Savoca has in his range, and therefore return EV just doesn't think he's going to get called down unless he's beat, and therefore he has decided to just check back with the aces. And that's why you're not seeing any value bet, Bird. Bird or whoever else in the chat, can you tell me, is return EV not... Did he used to be playing as Virus? When checking with the King 9 of Diamonds on the river. Both players with a straight. Bets 1 million, gets snapped, and they will chop it up. There is 15 players remaining. We have a page on blooming. We are 6 eliminations away from the final table. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen there are 15 players remaining now. From a starting entry field size of 1,807, average stack is 30 big blinds, 6 million. Asatoma reaching on the turn here with the King 9. Bets 300k with the nut flush draw, the deuce 4 jack ace. Let's see what Earl wants to do. Oh my goodness gracious, what the hell is this guy? Just rips the full amount with 10 high, no diamond. I've heard a 9 high like a boss from old Willie Kasoof. But this guy is doing it with the 10-8 offsuit. No, nothing. Just doesn't believe that Asatoma has an ace. And if he has an ace, does he have a good enough kicker to call off his tournament life? This is a big balls move indeed, Eddie. Does Asatoma just want to put a stop to this and call it off with the no flush draw? I don't think he can. But he knows what Earl is capable of. And Asatoma is doing nothing wrong betting the turn here, by the way. But he has so much Jetons. Not sure what Jetons means. When you chip lead, it's more easy to do that. Well, I just think Asatoma has to release. Like, Earl will have a lot of ace-X, and if he has ace-X, we need to hit a diamond. We only have 9. outs, and we only have one card to come, so it just becomes an easy decision to let her hand go. And Asatoma will eventually let it go, and Earl is going to show him the bluff. Now we playing poker, boys. Kitty's game is down the street. I will be back in just a moment. There are lawnmowers being operated outside. I need to go shut some windows. I will be back in just a minute or two. I don't want to miss any of this. What's going to happen next? Exciting stuff here in the opening few hours of the Dutch Classics main event. I knew it wouldn't disappoint. Earl over 100 big blinds once more. Alrighty, folks, I'm back. Should be hearing no lawnmowers in the background now. Not sure if you could hear them initially. Just in case. I've got all the windows boarded up. Such exciting stuff. What's going to happen here is they're all going to get sick of Earl and be forced to make moves that they don't really want to make, etc. I see what you're saying now, Eddie. It meant chips. I just didn't know the word. Impossible to call because you never play your tournament with a king high in J and A in Bourne, so at the final it's fold, of course, especially 15 left. I was thinking you opened all your whole house, not the only window. No. Not quite. I just had to go run out and get the dog away from the lawnmowers. He doesn't like anything that makes a lot of noise. He gets really frightened and tries to hide under things. So that's why I had to get him into the house and close up the windows. Dog does not like operating heavy machinery. $35 in the south of France. Yeah, I'm in a little office here, a one bedroom, shall we say. It's not. It gets very hot very quickly if you don't have the windows open, is what I'll say. I won't be taking off all my clothes or anything, but you know, could be a possibility. Earl going to raise with the king 5 of hearts. David is not going to defend with the 5-4 off suit, and surprise, surprise, Earl takes down another one. Yeah, but Snap says it's 6 degrees in Melbourne. Surely not. Surely not. You must mean 60. There's a heat wave coming for the whole of the Netherlands tomorrow. Yeah, I'm glad you said tomorrow because it looks like all the heat in Europe is in Earl's shoes at the moment, pulsating up through his body. I have some Coca-Cola on ice here in front of me, which is delicious. That'll keep me cooled off for the moment. Oh, it's winter in Melbourne, yeah. David Savoca shoving from the small blind here for 13 bigs and win is going to have too much hand with pocket sevens in the big. Here we go. Ace A5 is the flop. And an ace on the turn, 9 on the river. David Savoca eliminated and 14 players remaining now. Nothing really went his way since he got to the feature. Standard shove, just ran into it. GG. Sam says he's asleep. He just likes to annoy Dan in his dreams. You bloody stingrays. These blokes. This snake has enough venom to kill 10 blokes my size. Well, darling, I don't want to hurt you. Fighting around the world. So we are on the money jump from 14 to 13, a difference of about 500 eurons. Yappa Snap says, Dan, you ever had an Aussie kiss? It's like a French kiss, but down under. Oh, my God. Well, that's funnier than your joke from last week that was a bit over the top, quite crude in nature. And now you're after sending Richie on a dinner break after that one. Bird is still here. Enjoy your dinner, Richie. 5 eliminations away from the final table now. Average stack, 32 big blinds. Adriano's just going to call from the cutoff. Yappa Snap says he doesn't want to upset me. Oh, no. Don't want to upset me, boy. I'm 208 pounds, full of muscle. Have you any good Aussie crime dramas for me? I don't mean Chopper now. I can't think of the name of one of them. Anything that resembles Mr. In Between. You Aussies do those crime dramas right. And EV's going to bet one big here. Adriano wants to continue for this sizing. Underbelly, that's the one I absolutely loved. Underbelly. all the seasons were different, though. I think it was like the first and second season. Maybe the second season that was just on fire. I think it tapered off then if there was a third or a fourth season. I can't remember. And Return's going to bet the turn and get Adriano to fold a hand as strong as Ace Queen. That's a really nice pickup for EV. Gets the job done. Yep, Snap says, I'm a big DJ Dan, the Irish poker playing man fan. Wouldn't want to piss you off. The first one was about the underworld gangs in Melbourne. It was amazing. Yeah, it was class. And then you had that crazy bitch in season 2. Yeah, but Snap says, and honestly, still playing out in real life. Yeah, have you got a lot of crime in Melbourne? A lot of crime in Ireland at the moment. There's been no bigger crime than the amount of bluffs Earl has been getting away with at this feature table, though. Call the cops. Give that man a life sentence. He's been murdering. Eleven bigs for Adriano. Ace jack off suit. Daly shoving 11. Winning the hijack with Ace jack of diamonds. Wants to be calling this one. Win is pausing with a pay jump. Win decides to let it go because he thinks Adriano is going to have a very tight shoving range from under the gun. I just think Ace Jack suited, going to be too much hand. Maybe we could fold like a hand like Ace 10 off. Maybe even a hand as strong as Ace 10 suited, but Ace Jack just beats so many more combinations. It does get out of the way, and Dan waking up with Ace King behind. Five, six, deuce is the flop. 2 hearts. Looking pretty grim for Adriano as we hit the turn, and that's going to be that. 8 of hearts rolling off. Dan with the Danute Flush. Thirteen players remaining now, and some commotion happening in the background. Yappa Snaps is not really, I wouldn't say not any more than normal, at least for the public, but the crime gangs are always at it. They tend to stick to harming each other rather than the public. What do you call that outfit the bald bloke is wearing? I really like whatever he is wearing. I do not know what the name of the garment is itself. Wouldn't mind getting myself one of those, Yappa Snap. Let's find out the name of it. Looks like it has some fine cotton. Some Egyptian cotton, perhaps. And we have Juby, who is someone who is a friend of the stream. And I love seeing a friend of the stream, unless he's got the exact same name. Juby from Germany. Best of luck, buddy. Doesn't have too much chips, but a little bit of something to work with. Blinds have gone up, by the way. 125 is now the small blind. 250k is now the big blind with a 250k running big blind ante. That's 125, 250, 250. Down with the king 6. Taking that one away from Juby, who defended with the queen 5 on the ace 10, 8. Range advantage to Dan. We'll see bet small and take it down. Eddie says, I see ace king suited versus ace jack. Is that right? Yeah, the ace king of hearts hits a flush. Gets the elimination and brings us one step closer to the final table. The garment reminds me, Yappa Snap, of something a monk might wear or a Tai Chi expert. Not quite a gi, but something of that nature. Japanese, perhaps. I can imagine wearing that garment, bowing to your master who's teaching you Aikido. It's funny that you mentioned that you like it and it's fancy, because it was one of the first things I said coming out of the gate today is, ooh, I like what this guy's wearing. Great minds think alike, Yappa Snap, and dirty minds work together. You should be writing that down. Earl raised to 575 from the cutoff. And Earl should be raising a lot at this table, 3 eliminations away from the final table. That guy, by the way, Yappa Snap, in the aforementioned garment is none other than Boris Rozanovsky. It is a very, very competent King's Reg playing under a new alias. The same as EV that is also at this feature, although I can't remember his real name. Asatoma with the 8s. Shoves 14 big blinds on the turn. And now Earl gets out of the way. Asatoma is jamming. No messing around on that turn, because he doesn't want to check or bet small and have that move taken away from him. He knows that Earl is well capable of bluffing. That's why Earl should not be shown the likes of 10-8 high, no diamond on ace, 4, deuce, jack, I think the board was. Maybe we'll ask our senior correspondent, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Who is your daddy and what does he do? I'm going to ask you some questions and I need them answered immediately. Get to the chopper. Yo. Shabba Snap says, that's us, mate. Yeah, man. Kindred spirits, bruv, isn't it? It's really great to see a fan of the stream still in this event. Juby will shove 7.2 bigs with the King 10 offsuit. Good luck, sir. Win raising to 550 in the high. Jack down to the call for the small blind with pocket threes. Win has 8-9 suited. Earl with Jack 7 of diamonds. Van betting again here. Picking up a good shot. Straight draw. Win wants to see a river. Dan checks in the dark. No way. Am I checking back when I hit top pair on the river when someone has checked dark to me and I have top pair? No way. Put me in a straight jacket and I'd still bet in that exact spot. I'll find a way. I would headbutt my chips. That's the Toma with 20 big. Queens. Oh no. Well, at least there's a king after rolling off. EV flopping bottom set. Three little bookies in a pond. Now, how much chip is Astotoma going to lose on a king high board? We're about to find out. Bit of apprehension there in the look behind the eyes of Astotoma. Turns his head slightly before calling. Checks it over. EV wants to make this an amount that sets up a river jam. Doesn't have to go too big. Somewhere in the region of 800k, please. 850k is the bet. We can't fold here. Whoa, we do fold. We're going to say we're going to call twice. But because having queens is not great for us, we block all the draws that we would want our opponent to have to continue barreling. We also have the queen of hearts that blocks some flush combinations and combo draws we would want our opponent to have. And therefore makes a very disciplined laydown. And that shows the caliber of player that Astotoma is. About time we found out what Astotoma means. I knew it was going to be something got to do with yogic. Maybe we said it says it's a mantra, it's a prayer for spiritual guidance. What I'm trying to say is the carpet is matching the drapes. His name is matching what he's wearing, according to Yogapedia. And no, Yappa Snap, I didn't say Yoga Pedo. Wasatoma refers to the opening line of the Pava Mana mantra from the Bradanyanka Upanishad, often chanted as Om Asato Ma Sadgamaya. Now, lads, are you writing that down? It's a prayer for spiritual awakening and liberation from ignorance, darkness, and mortality. This guy is so deep that he needs a sonar. What do I always tell you? Every day is a learning day, and class is in session. Meanwhile, back at the ranch here, we have Juby all in with the ace-8 suited, getting called by return EV with the ace-jack 8-7-5. What a flop it is for Juby. Good day to B8-8 as we hit the turn. It's the 7 of spades. Great card for him. Gives him the flush draw. Just one out in the deck remaining. Needs to be a jack and a jack only for return EV, but it is not to be. And our fan of the channel, part of our action army on Twitch, Juby Ju, doubles up for 17 big blinds. Spin and win. Return EV. We're going to be paying the gut to 50 big. We've got Asatoma still in the field. Return EV, two very, very confident King Gregs. And you've got Earl with all the chips in the world. What a fun, action-packed final table we have in store. With 3 eliminations away. Current payout is €2,880. Dan going for a raise here from under the gun. Not only did he do some creative bluffs last night with like 8-3 offsuit on some strange boards, there's one hand that springs to mind. He also was opening some 7x hands, offsuit combinations from early position off shallow stacks, last few hands of the night, last few orbits even. Masakoma rolls for the shove for 12 bigs. Juby with king queen suited. We don't love this, but we can't fold king queen suited against Asakoma's free shipping range. I don't think so. It will contain hands like king 9 suited, king 10 suited, king jack suited. Then we have queen jack suited, maybe even queen 10 suited. If we're up against ace king or ace queen, then so be it. He's going to give a lot of credit to Asakoma and make a fantastic laydown in practice. In theory, not so much. And Yapasnab, it looks like this is a full outfit, bro. This is not just the top garment. It looks like he's got the pants, the party pants as well. I suppose he's not got party pants on if it's shorts, if he's searching for spiritual enlightenment. Lead us or guide us from ignorance to knowledge. That is my word of the day, brought to you by Boris Rovzanovsky. Will be raised to 525. We've got action here. We're going to have a big flip on our hands. Queens for Juby, down with ace king, and this is all going in, folks. He's all in, Vince. And look at this, Earl with tens behind. I think Earl just gets the fold now, though. Maybe he's thinking in his head, I could bust two players here or get Juby out of the way for his remaining 12 bigs. The more I think about it, tens might be just too much hand facing a player like Dan's rejam from the small. Now, having said that, we are playing six-handed on both tables. And Juby is not going to be opening too wide into this lineup this close to the FT.
One time. One fucking time, man.
We do have massive three-way all in here. That all happened very fast. Earl decides to go with his hand. This is going to put him back down from 100 bigs to 54. This is the biggest pot of the tournament so far. Ace King against tens against queens. King 5-3. I can barely contain the excitement. Top pair, top kicker for Dan, and this puts him in unbelievable shape to win this massive pot. Juby, who's in great shape going in against tens and Ace King, coming out short. We have one elimination. Earl loses a chunk of chips for the first time in God knows how long. First time today or last night. And Dan, who has played some of the craziest opens and bluffs I've seen in recent memory, now has chunks. This is the Dutch Classics main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Boom goes the dynamite. Drama. And lots of explosive action. Seatbelts and airbags for this one, folks. We are 2 eliminations away from the final table now. Juby Jew, I was just talking about you. Maybe you could hear me, maybe you couldn't. Greetings in the chat. Damn Queens cannot hold for once. Time to get on my bike and drive home. Enjoy the stream. You were in fantastic shape. Yes, you're in a coin flip situation, but you would have got a treble up had you won that flip. So it's flipping for all that extra cheddar. I'm very proud of you. Very unlucky in the end. You made a very good fold there with the King Queen suited when we had Ace Queen. And on to the next one. You won't enjoy your cycle as much, but you did get a great run. It is a decent cash out, not a bad weekend. And you got it in good, and that's all you can do sometimes. These two tussling in a large pot. Return EV with Ace Jack on the 4 deuce 8-3, but it is Earl who has now hit a set of 10s on the river. Wants to bet somewhere around 4 million here. Make it look like he's got a busted draw. Goes for 5. Between 3 or 4 was probably the magic number there, but 5 will make you get down now. Great sizing here from Earl. Gets a call from Return EV. This is why Earl is so goddamn dangerous. He can have it. He can not have it. Return EV doesn't even wait too long before calling. Blocks the straight. Has ace high. Doesn't think he's going to be facing 2 pair or better. A 1 pair hand probably doesn't go for that sizing. And therefore, he's decided to put the cape on and call unsuccessfully this time. And Earl now way up over 20 million once more. Dan with the deuces and Earl with the ace-4. We'll just take that one down with a small bet. Was very happy to see you at the feature, Juby. This is thanks, Dan. Better luck next time. Until then, enjoy your 40-kilometer cycle. Maybe stop off somewhere for a pint. Treat yourself. I'm looking forward to treating myself this week. Going on a bit of a trip, a bit of a bear hunt. I'm going to eat like a Roman. Wine and dine like the Romans did. And here all says, have some of that, buddy. All you can chew. What a large sizing on the 6-4 deuce. This guy, so often would see guys making moves like this and they just get caught out. But he's got away with it nearly every single time. And we just saw him get paid off in a huge spot. But if he hadn't been shown his bluffs, perhaps he wouldn't be getting called in that spot. So I said, oh, he shouldn't be shown earlier. But if it's going to pay dividends later on in such a gigantic pot and massive spot, then why not show the likes of 10-8 with no draw, no nothing? Say what you want about Earl. I think there's a lot to be learned from him. They say jealousy is just somebody you should be learning from. Return EV is all in with the ace-10 of clubs. Win opening with queen 6 off suit on the button. Ace-10 taking that one down. Nice pickup, uncontested. Average stack over 8 million now. Dan defending, flopping second pair. Does go bet and check, and Asatoma checks behind on the turn. Now on the river, 1.5 million is going to be the bet here from Asatoma. I believe that was designed. I'm confused. I would have been sure Asatoma would just check back on that river, trying to get a king to fold. I don't think that that's a value bet. Blocks the straight. I just expected to see him check back. I don't know if we want to be turning our hand into a bluff there when we've got showdown, but do we have showdown? Not really. Not too much of it. Do we just wave the white flag and check back, and if we lose to a king, then so be it? Did bet very quickly. Did get called very quickly. Dan checking over to Earl. Earl's going to check back with top pair here on the turn on the ace queen 8-5. I expected to see him continue firing. Not really like Earl to give it up there. Some reason I feel like that pot should be bigger. Having said that, there's 9 million in the pot. Asatoma shoves from the small with king 5 off suit. Return EV calls it ace 4 of hearts. We could be losing a very, very competent player. Admiring the clothes he's wearing today, but I admire his poker also. And here we go. It's a 7-4 deuce. Asatoma needing a lot of help now as we hit the turn. Okay, all right. 3 of clubs. Pretty much one of the best cards in the deck for Asatoma. As we hit the river, it's a lady. And we lose Asatoma. Return EV taking that one down. And we are now on the final table bubble, folks. You heard the man. Looks like this is going to be... No, I've just overheard the wrong thing. False alarm. I'm an eager beaver. Perhaps I just want to eat the rest of my dinner. Even though it's going to be very cold now. I'll have to reheat it and hope it's not too dry. Don't want to dry out that turkey, folks. 10 players remaining now. Got to keep it basted at all times. €2,880 is the current payout, with the pay jump looming to €3,600. Michael shoves from the big. Dan's going to call with the Queen 10. Michael with Ace King. Ideal opportunity for Michael to double up to 6.6 million. However, Danilo Palomba has 36% equity here. Queen 10, 4. Turn is a 7. It's looking pretty grim here for Michael as we hit the river. He needs a jack and a jack only. It's another 10. Michael has been eliminated. That is going to be the last hand. Before we go on another break to get this final table set up for all you viewers around the world, this is going to be an exhilarating FT. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
He's sort of ready for it.
Do you think he's ever boxed a bear? Strikes me as the type. Might go toe to toe.
If we presented the opportunity for, you know, a grizzly slugfest, I think he's ready to upset some people over at PETA. Do you remember that video of the Aussie whose dog was locked up with the kangaroo? And he just jumps off the Jeep and punches it in the snout? What a legend that guy was.
A beautiful 1-2 combo.
I love animals, but that Roo really deserved a bop on the schnoz.
Right, yeah. And he's not going to be any worse for wear. You know?
No.
The dog got home safe.
He really didn't know what to do with it, by the way. Unlike Poodle, who with 2 sevens, well aware of what is required. 16K sails in. Spasado says 2 overs. Let's go.
I'm rooting for Poodle. Not
Prepaid? Oh my god.
Not even for good reasons. Because just busting here alleviates the pain. No, Ali.
Oh, you're brutal.
I'm rooting for the 9 big blind stack.
Wow.
Let's keep him in the mix. See what he can do. There you go. Let's go.
Oh, hang on. Threats, even though Poodle has flopped himself a cozy set to remove 1 pair issues, now he must fade a 9.
Clean.
Okay, clean.
Professional. Yeah.
Board pairs. Rivers irrelevant. Oh, my goodness.
Well, it's sort of relevant.
That deuce was necessary as the gutter did come in.
And you know what? I stand corrected. Poodle now has 12 big blinds, so we're going to get to see a real display of short stack ninja.
But full house.
Yeah, straight wins.
Full house.
You have to take 3 more
Thank
minutes
you, Mika.
for every chip you put out.
She's staying busy out there
He's a
on
lower.
the sidelines throughout the course of the day.
No, please don't do that.
Kamoshi staying busy with King Jack suited. Under the gun open.
He wait till the maximum time.
Without losses. It's okay, thank you.
Action on Ahai. Here we go. He's finally realized it. Now he folds the king 10. And another king jack. In the big blind. Will defend for Lee. Couple of open enders. On this queen high board. Plenty of reason for Kamoshi to follow through, although he is looking over at that 73,000 and
7.
taking that into consideration as he charts his course. 7,000, 1/3 pot. Never finding the muck is Lee. The peel brings a board pairing queen on the turn.
This is a difficult spot for... Yeah, this is a difficult spot for Kamoshi because you don't really want to bet and get jammed on. Lee will have some traps. He'll play Jack 9 this way some of the time. He'll play Queen X this way some of the time. He doesn't have to just be check raising all of his good hands on the flop. It's also kind of difficult to know what you apply pressure to. I guess an 8 particularly would struggle versus like half pot-ish. He's just gonna... And if you're Lee, like, you can't really call this bet.
Well, obviously the arrival of the diamond flush draw
Folded a queen?
helped
Nice fold, nice fold, nice fold. Well played.
Kamoshi to barrel again as he
Like this, no?
Oh, really?
even
Yeah.
though there are those
Yeah.
lulls,
I heard
the
something like this.
authenticity
I
with
don't know.
which we're able to track the progress in a poker tournament and come to appreciate
But yeah, it's appealing, obviously.
how many people punch their ticket deep without ever having
As
picked
much
up
in
hands
talking
such
with
as
other
this.
players, as much
Pocket
you want to go
kings,
to double equity
huge,
probably.
big
Right.
coolers, and just fight and get gritty
Yeah.
and then create their own fate. It's a window into all of the roads traveled.
Yeah, that's very true. And I actually think this hand is going to take priority. But the quick thing I'll say is I think live poker has the edited streams to thank. We were protected for decades because people just thought the game was good hand versus good hand,
Oh, right.
you know, and patience was key.
Well, to be fair, the game itself and the insights and the understandings, as we see Aishan just declining to get involved with Ace Jack
You will
there
not go at all?
versus the Tetsuda
I
Open.
was thinking about
That's a
barrels
very
of
interesting,
action, and I don't want to,
very
so,
disciplined
I
fold.
will-
Well, I don't know that
When is
we're going to
the,
be able to exercise that sort of discipline with
Another
Ace
phone with
Queen
me.
in the big if we're
Like, it's also
by
started December,
Leonis.
almost the same day.
This is almost
I tried
always
check,
going to be a
it's
pure call
impossible to
versus
play
under the
both
gun.
sides. Like if you want to play
Especially
both
he hasn't
teammate,
been here
but
to
also
see
25K, it's
some of the
impossible.
showdowns
But maybe
from
one of the plan
Stetsura,
was to go to 25K.
which
Yeah.
may have inclined him to 3-bet a little bit more often.
I
He's gonna be
wasn't
on
thinking
time.
he was going to sail off, but we knew he wasn't going to fold, and he also isn't going to do
Even if
poorly
you
on
don't
an
make
Ace
the
8-8
two, it's
board.
still
Checking
not
over to
played.
Stetsura, a snap flick
I
of
love
5K.
that bet.
Did he just
Don't care about the size or anything. Just the mannerisms of that bet is the best.
Mas-
But that's why I found the Ace Jack to be a bit of an interesting fold. Of course, under the gun versus under the gun 1, it's pretty standard laydown, but
I'll try Sao Paulo as
you know,
well.
he had seen some of these showdowns, the Ace 10, the 9-6. Perhaps you might want to consider
Ah,
getting in the mix there.
There's
Yeah. Fair?
this BSOP?
BSOP, yeah.
No hesitation
I was surprised there is a 50K there.
out of
I wonder
the
who
Ace
Yeah,
Queen
it's gonna be
to
some
get
big
into the
event.
mix, playing it as a check raise. Is
I don't
this hazardous?
Still gonna be not so
No, this is very nice. Obviously, his best ace on paired boards such as this.
So it's
Again,
confirmed you're
big
gonna go
blind is kind of incentivized to play a little
I
bit
will
more
play
aggressively.
staked.
Now, of course, he does have to run
Yeah, makes sense.
the risk of being against ace
Yeah,
king,
I wonder
but
who will go there, you know? We'll
that's
see.
just the nature of the game. You know, you're going to be up against that hand some of the time.
Not an easy field.
I hope they're not gonna call it.
Probably it's gonna be a lot of Brazilian good racks. Or maybe all of them, which is not great. One of the best schools now in poker.
No fun spot for Stetsura, but he should expect plenty of bluffs to come out of the big blind here. Hands that kind of wrap around the 8 with backdoors,
But when I was looking at the
are
program, I
often
didn't notice there was
utilized.
tournaments in Miami. That's why
Pretty clear
I
continue
booked there
for at least
because
one
during
more with kings.
November, like there is nothing to play the second half in
I know,
Vegas.
I know, yeah, yeah. So I decided also just to go to Miami and then later.
If
go
I
to
knew,
Las
I would
Vegas.
have gone to Miami. Yeah.
Either Las Vegas, either Bahamas.
Extra
Probably
7K
WPT.
contemplated. This board texture, you know, I mean, trip 8s and ace X, what we're deeply concerned about.
It
versus
seems
the
like
check
he's
raise.
cutting out raising chips.
Now, this is on the order of that strange stuff that I think
Yeah.
you had mentioned earlier. The sorts of lines that we really don't expect.
We might be a bit off the reservation here. I think, you know, he's basically saying I'm under the gun. I could have aces. How dare you?
And by the way, you know, there's a lot of physical posturing going on here. Stetsuda leaning back in his chair, staring down the opposition,
Right.
rocking back and forth a little bit. I don't have a baseline, don't want to make a meal of these things, but worthy of pointing them out because it's exactly what's being observed by
Yeah.
Vitulionis, the late arrival here. He's not going to go anywhere.
I think that's a pretty astute observation too, because I would say that Stetsura looked like he was between call and fold, and then found the click, and that's it's kind of a weird misalignment between body language and what actually took place.
Well, it goes check, check rather quickly on the turn, and the second ace arrives on the river. All of a sudden, even though the action isn't on him, you see Stetsuda lean back forward, put his arms on the rail, and start playing with chips.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he, in his mind, thinks that ace is a very good card for him.
Well, we don't anticipate that an 8 would come out swinging on the river, right?
Unlikely. If it does, it would be for this small size, though. So I do like the sizing choice here.
10 into 61.5.
With ace queen, you're pretty unhappy with this.
I'm not even going to speculate, and that's my specialty, by the way, on whatever that was. Look at this.
Yeah, with ace queen, you're generally pretty unhappy with this river because you suspect now you're probably chopping a lot.
No chop at all. And Stetsuda pays off. That was a confrontation that I don't think played out anywhere remotely close to the manner in which most would have expected when they caught the imagery.
Yeah. He has
The
the
options
build.
are, I mean,
I have to
this
tell
guy-
you, he has the build for it.
The wingspan on him, I mean,
Yes.
he'll reach over and pull your stack in himself from the 2 seat. You're
Yeah.
sitting in 7, and
Yeah.
he's like, no, 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 I got this. King Queen suited, meanwhile, back at the feature for Ishan. Has itself some issues here. Hasn't opened to 5,000. Is mulled over by Ilani.
Yeah, I think we could see this one go either way. Probably leans 3-bet. And if it leans 3-bet, Ilani's not going to miss it. That's for certain. We've seen him take the aggressive option just about every opportunity he had. Spots are always very uncomfortable at this depth. 40-ish big blinds. I think king queen suited just good enough. You're gonna have to get in the mix. Understanding that you're dominated some amount of the time.
Yeah, it is so funny because we use blocker logic so often to be heroic with these king queen suiteds, and now all of a sudden it's not going to take logic, but rather just a glimpse at this ace 10-3 with 2 diamonds to understand that more chips will be finding their way forward. Ilani, top pair in an inflated one pre, 34 in the middle. They play 103K effective.
Yeah, I imagine we see a river here in some capacity. About 3 SPR. I imagine the small size will be utilized here by Alani. We do see 11 into 34. There might be some ideas of a smallish check raise here, call off. King, queen, diamonds here, plenty strong enough with the gut shot flush draw. You can see in the equities about 60-40. These are spots that when in doubt, you kind of just find a way to funnel the money in. I imagine he would be able to set up a little bit of, or have a range of hands that he can target that will fold. Comparable hands to what he's holding that don't have a front door, back door, so like king, queen of spades perhaps would be a hand that he could target. He could apply a lot of pressure to hands like jacks and queens that choose to c-bet. So I do think he's going to come with the check raise here.
There it is, 32,000 on the strength of the nut flush draw and the gut shot, as well as being able to leverage the presence of the ace to maybe send some pocket pairs packing. Of course, we block kings and queens.
Now, Alani's hand really can't do anything wrong. It doesn't matter if he calls or jams. It's more of a question of what would his range as a whole prefer to do. We do have some weaker hands in that range that are going to want to see a turn.
Well, this isn't all that weak, and yet it is going to play itself as a flat. As you mentioned, Berkey, no wrong decisions and no issues on a 5 of spades turn for the Israeli, as the Frenchman now must navigate out of position in the inflated 98K streets.
When he set this up for a jam, I suspect he'll follow through. Feels a little tough because we're not exactly sure what we're trying to get to fold, but, you know, kind of as mentioned, you'll see kings, queens, jacks be forced to play this way by Alani, and then they have to kind of hero it off.
Is the jam not exceedingly polar?
It is,
know it's
but the check
70.5
raise,
effective.
yeah, I think the check raise itself was polar to begin with.
Okay.
So we're looking at like 2 pair plus, and then maybe exactly this combo.
All right, so all of it on request now, and Ilani isn't exactly thrilled, but maybe this will be regarded as simply a hand of poker.
Yeah, I think he knows he doesn't beat value is the thing. He's losing to 10s, ace 10 and ace king that slow play pre, as well as I guess aces some of the time. He's now also losing to ace 5, but I don't believe that would be a part of the check raising strategy, so he can probably discount that. And then he's beating the combo draws, so the king queen of diamonds, king jack of diamonds, kind of exactly. Perhaps we see some 10-9, jack 10 of diamonds play this way. I think it's less often though. Big confrontation here. We're going to need to see some help if king queen is going to improve. Otherwise, Ilani is going to get himself on quite the stack, and he does. 3 of heart river, not going to do it for him.
So the calls seem to be a bit of a foregone, if uncomfortable, conclusion to the jam on the turn, and a clean run out. And Max finds his way to the feature table as ace king of clubs finds its way to an open for Arai, and problems for Velocevic should he get frisky from the button with this ace queen of diamonds.
Yeah, I think at this depth, you do start to see a lot more calling take place. Again, it's one of those things where you have so much hand, but it feels pretty bad to just suddenly start putting in 50 pre. Good things can happen too. You know, you got some deep stacks behind you who may potentially squeeze. I myself probably wouldn't have the patience to flat the ace queen suited, but you see here he's going to be rewarded one way or the other
Well, it's curious. Look at all this interference and a setup for Svetanov whereby this King, Queen of Hearts really tempts us to rise up, does it not?
Yeah, but I think it's like, again, one of those things where this is too good of a hand to turn into a bluff. I just struggle to put in a bunch of chips here and then have to fold to a 4-bet.
Svetanov agrees.
Yeah, I think the call here is very good.
Shows restraint and well served to have done so. Dominated across both of his opponent's holdings. Diamonds favored Velasquez in the window.
So close to everybody having a backdoor.
6-6-4.
Yeah, I think this one's just going to check through at a pretty high frequency, especially with the long tank out of the big blind. You tend to range him more pair dense in that instance, 7s, 8s, maybe unsure of the path forward.
10 on the turn, the product of the round of knuckles. Al-Ghaid did not waste any time checking his hand. As the pre-flop raiser, perhaps a door opened.
If you're going to start to bluff here as Svetanov, I think you kind of have to commit to double barreling, which it appears as though he's just going to let off the gas. I tend to agree with this. Tricky spot for ace queen. You still beat some hands here that might take a stab on the turn, but you also still have the big blind behind you to concern yourself with, who may easily still be slow playing trips, checking over a 10 or a 4 that may not just give up to this bet and a call. I imagine he's just gonna have to find a fold. Yeah, that's a very disciplined laydown.
Really could have been much more violent for Velasquez had he traveled a different path. And for that matter, Svetanov. And it's going to be tough to earn chips in spots like this.
Guys, I thought my eyes were deceiving me there, and I was about to say we have. Thought I was watching a replay. Florent Balan has made it to this final table as well. As if this day couldn't have got any better players-wise, we find Florent Balan in contention at the final table of the Dutch Classics main event with over 40 big blinds and second in chips. We have Earl, Florin, and Return EV all still in the mix. Danilo has played a very creative style. This is such a fun final table. We win. Not too familiar with the other players. We do have Czech Republic, Turkey, Vietnam, Germany, Italy, Sweden, and Romania and Poland all being represented under one roof. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Dutch Classics main event, final table, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Average stack is over 10 million. Small blind is now 150k. Big blind is 300k with a 300k running big blind ante. Fapi asked, did the Queen 10 open shove? I just tuned in. I believe that was a raise call. He said he wanted to gamble. Queens for Richard. Min raising. Here he is. Here comes Earl. Do-do-do-do. Do-do. Burner. Burner. Dunner, 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 dunner. Does call in position from the cutoff. We see four-way action here, folks. Win with the ace 10 against queens, against jack 10, against sixes. It is king 9-5. Splish splash, I was taking a bat. Do-do-do-do. Lots of lads trying to get involved in the opening few hands of this final table. I love it. We want action. Earl is going to bet 900k and Richard is going to go into check call mode. A lot of turn cards that Earl is going to continue firing on, and that's one of them. Doesn't bring another diamond on the king 5-9-8. Earl now open-ended and can rep that king. I just hammer Richard with an all-in here. Now the all-in comes in hot. Richard has the wrong kind of hand to call off with, but against Earl, he is going to take a stand. That's a really nice call by Richard. In practice, in theory, it's a not so good. And I'll tell you why. Because he's got queens, blocks some draws he would want Earl to have. Also, that queen of diamonds blocks some flush draws he would want his opponent to have. But maybe just against this particular geezer, you're just going to have to call off. And if your opponent has a king, then so be it. Whoa, we've got Kid 1953 subscribed with Prime. Thanks a million, Kid. It's really interesting that you are here in the channel because I happened to be watching some of your streams last week and I really liked the content. I've been trying to get up earlier and attack the early grind myself. Was tuning into your stream, was tuning into Porig's stream. And of course, my favorite streamer at the moment would have to be Sven Coles. But he's a more mid-afternoon kind of a guy. And then, of course, we've got Connor, who's sponsored by ACR in the evenings. But thanks a million, Kid. Not sure if you can hear me, but great to have you with us. Florin Balan, one of the biggest studs and stars to ever come out of Kings. In my opinion, anyway. This guy just makes final table after final table, wins title after title. Really good with his short stack. So good at navigating his way through fields. And finds himself with a chunky stack at this final table. Florin Balan is going to go for the full 3x here. Interested that he chooses the 3x size, not wanting to get a lot of players involved. You've seen hands go 3, 4, and 5 ways to the flop, and he wants to just kind of thin the field a little bit. I actually like that he's used a larger raise size. Used to seeing 2x, 2.2x, 2.5x maybe. Earl makes it 700k to go. Off the guts of 30 million to start the hand. Return EV has got a monster. Wants to make it very small here. Maybe 1.6 million. Could even go for smaller. Just does the bare minimum click back, 500k more. I think can he make it 1.1 million there because it is, the big blind is 300k. It's been raised to 7, so it has to be the difference from 7. From 300k to 700k is 400k, so he can make a 1.1 million there. I could be slightly wrong about that. No problem. Let me know in the chat. And Return EV, who is a big player at Kings as well, in disguise, knows how to extract maximum amount of value. We've seen it time and time again. And return EV will take that one down with a bet. Re-raise Chili Dog says, I am correct and right. Thank you, Richie. I'm not great at those spots as well where they make it an amount where there's a guy all in and I can only call now. I can't isolate or re-raise. I mess up those spots too often. Richie says, according to my knowledge of the TDA rules, I am correct and right. Nice one. We see Earl 3 betting the 1.6 million. Action back on Richard with the aces. What do you mean, re-raise? Chili Dog 2.7. Well, you want to make him to make a 2.7, click it back. He's probably going to go for a larger sizing. He's gone too big for my liking. I would have liked to see him make it maybe 3.5 there. 2.7 works as well, Richie. I would just go a little bit bigger out of position. You could also call and then check raise. Maybe calling is best there, gang, and letting a character like Earl just fire off. Danilo's turn to take it down with aces. These guys ain't messing around. Obviously, you've had some big hands. But we seen Danilo raise into a full table last night with 7-3 offsuit. Maybe not a full table. We could have been 7-handed. Earl's going to call the 2 million. Zoran Zordic. What a name, by the way. This is quite a large call from Earl. Not the biggest fan of this. Computer would say no. Here we go. Just shy of 5 million in the pot. Zoran, 61% equity. 883 is the flop. Turn is a 7. The river is a 6. And Zoran will get a healthy double up. Earl having some huge swings. But is still playing 75 bigs, 22.55 million. Richard takes that one down with the queens. Floor and opening with ace deuce of clubs. And Earl is coming after Florin Balan. Good luck, buddy. Florin with the ace deuce of clubs. Is he going to call? I think for this sizing against this player profile, we risk it for a chocolate biscuit. Does call the 800k additional. And that's all Earl on that board. Jack 8, 3, 2 diamonds, pair and a flush draw. Florin coming up very short on this occasion. Earl's just going to take that one down. Clad says he's playing like 50% hands. Win takes that one down with the ace-5 of diamonds. Attorney V 3 bets to 1.5 million from the cutoff with ace jack off suit. top pair for EV. On the A7 deuce. 3 bets pre, by the way. Richard probably should just get out of dodge with the pocket fours. I'm not the biggest fan of his open in the first place. Plaid says, but today it works so good. Look, his V-pip last night was about 80%. I'm not a mathematician. I don't know the exact voluntary putting into the pot, but it was sky high, my guy. Three bet coming in hot to 2.2 million from the ace jack of spades. Earl opening with the pocket fours. Action back on him. 1.45 million to call. Flor Bolan getting out of the way with the king queen facing an open and a three bet. Don't see Earl folding here, even though in theory this wouldn't even be an open, and in theory would not be calling a three bet. He opens and calls a three bet. This ain't no party. This ain't no disco. This ain't no fooling around. Florin opening with the 10-9 of spades. King Jack off suit, re-jamming. And Florin lets that one go. Earl with 92 bigs, closest to him was Florin with 39 and Richard with 39. Return EV with 32. He win with 26. Simon with 24. Danilo with 22. So just two players at the final table under 20 bigs with 14 and 12. We're seeing a lot of big hands so far this FT. Zoran with Kings takes that one down. We're going to see some money go in here. Dan making it 800k to go. With ace queen off suit, Simon's going to be jamming nines, and I would imagine Dan's not going to be folding ace queen for 12 big blinds total. Even though it's not ideal. Pretty close, given that we're still nine-handed. And let us not forget there are 4 10k tickets up for grabs at this final table too for the World Series of Poker Europe main event. And look at this. Dan's not going to lose any more money now. Win with the aces. Licking his chops. A raise in front of him and an all in. So we see the call from Wynn hoping to induce further action. But it is all in and call. And Simon Fiala could be your first casualty at this FT unless he catches a 9 or something to that effect. 8.35 million in this one. Oh my God, he hits a 9 on the flop. 10-9-6. Now an ace needed. Full house for Simon on the turn. Doesn't change much. And the deuce of spades rolls off. Simon will be sitting back down. Now playing a healthy 28 big blinds. Yes, Richie. Florin Balan won the €150 Ola in June. He also final tabled like 2, maybe even 3 other events this year. And he had a huge score in October or November last year also. He had 2 wins this year. Before that, yeah, March. March sounds about right. And he had a huge result in October or November of last year, if I recall correctly. Perhaps it was the start of December. Sometime in the fourth quarter of 2024. Bet a 1 million on the Jack 10-5 from Dan. No messing around. EV releases with his King 7 of diamonds. Dan picks that up. He is not afraid to open nearly any 2 cards into a full table. It's incredible. It's not something you often see. Yeah, there it is. The Czech Poker Masters. Thank you, Richie. He was 5th for €44,850. I suppose it's wrong of me to say it's a huge win, but all of his big-ish wins all add up to a huge score. He's been by far one of the most consistent players I have seen in my 3-year reign as a commentator for Kings. Rihad Farhat, Dorian Melhers, Esebu Yalba, Mikael Marrakesh all spring to mind also. And there's a few others I could name. But 5 is enough. Including Florin, who raises the 600k here with the ace-10 off suit. Pistol Pete! Oh no. That guy. What a player. The full entertainment package with that guy. For €150 buy-in, that is huge, Richie. Earl is just going to 3-bet from the cutoff. I don't think you really want to get into too many clicking wars with Earl because he's just relentless. We could easily just 4-bet that ace-10, but when we're not the covering stack, just got to let it go. I'm not even going to use the words give him the benefit of the doubt. Florin bets 450k with top pair. On the ace-6 deuce, and Simon not loving this board, but will be calling one, I'm sure. Interesting turn card because now Simon has a flush draw. Florin with trips. Two flush draws on board. Wants to be betting somewhere in the region of 1.4 million. $1.5 million. And Simon has too good of a hand to release just yet, but will just be calling. The issue with calling here on the turn is that if we hit a spade, River could easily just go check, check. Florin could be double barreling here to get his opponent to fold a 6 or a deuce. So we just have to call. River is a deuce. Full house for Florin now, and that's just going to be the end of this hand. Unless Simon wants to try go rep quads or something to that extent. What he could do is put out a 10% pop bet. No, not on this board, surely. It looks like he wants to bet the way he's looking at his chips. Well, look. He is going for it. I just don't know how much this makes sense. Florent just calls in case Simon has quads. Maybe has ace 6. Doesn't feel like there's any merit to raising. Will win a very nice pot. And Simon loses a very large portion of his stack. That is a dangerous, dangerous man to be giving chips to. Swiss boy Basil says, why? Florin doesn't always have an ace. We can see it now, yes, but think without cards. Oh, yeah, that's what I said. When he bets the turn, he definitely doesn't have to have an ace, but he will have an ace a decent portion of the time. If you're on about the river, I just don't think we should be leading when we have a 6. We might have some amount of showdown against like a king high type holding. A king high, well, I was about to say a king high or a queen high, but a king high might think they're good now on a double pair board. Right, Swiss boy Basil, I like your comment, but what's he trying to rep there on the river betting 2.5 million? And has he just turned his hand into a bluff? Or is he really trying to get a hand like king high to call? Interesting to hear your thoughts. Nice to have you with us. Yeah, with his stack, he just has to check that river. We could be going even deeper here and repping the ace when we bet 2.5 million to try get a hand like queens, kings, jacks, tens, anything that doesn't have an ace to fold. It's just so unbelievable of a story. If we had a hand like 10x of spades or a different x of spades where we don't have a pair, I'm all for maybe firing to try get a hand to fold. But when we have a 6, we do have a limited amount of showdown. I'm sorry about that noise, guys. There is more lawnmowers turning themselves on. I will be back in just a moment. Just have to shut the windows. I really don't like EV's open here in the first place with King 4 suited. We see a common theme at final tables, last two tables. Guys opening far too late. Now has to call it off for, geez, about 40% of his stack. So it's 4.8, 5.8, 6.8, nearly 7 blinds total. Queen Jack 8 is the flop. Simon way in the lead, way out in the lead as we hit the turn. Turn is the 3. Just needs to avoid the King of Kings. 2 left in the deck. Is there any Kevins? There is not. No Kevins. Kevin! And Simon now playing 17 bigs. And EV puts himself back down as one of the shortest stacks, playing 11 big blinds. Clad likes Zoran's jacket. We'll have a look. Oh, looks like a cool jacket, the green one, all right. Hot sauces, let's go Zoran. Clad says every blind counts, and now he threw 8 of them in the toilet. Well, we've seen 8 go into the toilet. I mean, he just leveled himself and overthought the situation. But we did see 7 blinds then with the King 4. A lot of recreationals still remaining in the field. Let's not forget about that. A lot of money on the line. Actually, let's speak a little bit about the Zoran is a gangster you don't know. He fought in Nam. Cool. We do like a good gangster at the King's Resort. Bring them on. 9 remaining. €3,600 is the current payout. Do have a bit of a rule. I basically have no rules on this channel. There's a few, of course, but I don't like talking about news, politics, religion, or the weather. Well, the weather's fine. Dan's opening from early position off sub 15 bigs to start the hand. Has a premium for Dan's opening range from early position. King Queen off suit. Earl's going to call him on the flop of King 4 deuce with 3-4 spades. Turn is a 5. Earl checks and Dan's going to win that one. That's really interesting. Now on the leaderboard, you have 5 players under 20 big blinds now that the blinds have gone up. Small blind is now 200k. Big blind is now 400k with a 400k running big blind ante. Simon opening with the King Queen. Win calling in the big blind with 9-7 of diamonds, and the flop is Ace King 8. Best hand here for Simon. We'll check it back. That is the best card in the deck that's not a pair for win. And now he just bets all in for 6.6 bigs, and Simon's going to have to call this because there's just too many draws out there. It does represent a significant portion of Simon's remaining stack, but when we check back the flop, we are compelled to call the all-in on the turn. And Simon does make the correct call, but he does have a lot of outs to dodge as we hit the river. 27% equity. He's in great shape. Almost a 3-1 favorite. 7.5 million in the pot. It is an open-ended. It's a flush draw and an open-ender for a win. 7 no good. We lose. Win in 9th place, and now 8 players remaining now. Unlucky sir, good game. Takes home €3,600 for his efforts. All remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €4,900. This is what I'm talking about. Dan is opening one of the worst ace X into 7 players off sub 20 bigs to start the hand. Ace 3 off. Earl is going to call with ace 9 off suit. Dan's going to check. I would imagine that Dan is mainly going to check jam against this particular character, but no. Going into check call mode. Oh, wow. Gets there on the turn. This is a dream scenario. And Earl cannot help himself, has to bet 2.7 million. Would be more inclined to just check back on this turn. And now Earl's just put himself in hot water because it's only about 6 big blinds more. And Dan could have some form of a combo draw. I'm not going to try put Danilo on a range here because we seen it last night. Go revisit the tape if you don't believe me. He could literally have any 2 from any position at the table. Loves early position opens with very dog shit hands, really. Like 7-3 offsuit. I've seen him do the bluff with 8-3. Even this ace-3 offsuit is a terrible open. Not something you want to have in your raising range into this kind of a lineup. Having said that, we do have the blocker, but we would way prefer to be suited. At least it's not 7-3 offsuit. I think he had an 8-4 in there as well. I don't want to be trashing the guy. I really like when you can't put a player on a hand and you don't know what they're going to do next. It's been highly entertaining. But Earl's just going to get out of the way. Against this kind of a guy on a board like that, I would just check behind on the turn almost always. To the bottom of the leaderboard is 15 bigs, 13 bigs, 9 bigs. Top of the leaderboard, 52, 45, and 34. Middle leaderboard, 31 and 27. And we see Richard here with King, Queen off suit. Ace, King. in the small blind for return EV. Just going to be shoving this one in. Cut off against the small blind. 7 big blinds more. Just about priced in. Might even fold a hand as strong as King Jack off. King 10 suited. Definitely King 10 off suit. We can fold. Return EV is going to be rejamming correctly, maybe fairly lightly. But he doesn't have a light hand this time. It's Ace King of Clubs. Richard calling, getting the ultimate bad news that he is dominated in this 8.2 million pot. Here we go. King Jack 8 is the flop. Oh, the turn is a queen. That is brutal turn card here for return EV. It's not over yet. Needs an ace or a 10. It's a 3 of spades. No player with a spade. Return EV has been eliminated. I don't think that player is who I thought it was originally. Just looked very like them, a doppelganger of sorts. Palomba is in for his best payout ever. Was one cash ever, $389. That's fantastic, isn't it? 7 players remaining now. Unlucky, sir. Good game. Taking home €4,900 for his efforts. 7 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €6,700. And Richard has had a few FTs in the last 12 months. Thanks for doing this bit of homework on the side, Richie. Really appreciate it. Earl, 52 bigs in the cutoff. Queen, Jack of Hearts. Raisy Daisy. Hello. Errol taking it down with the aces the previous hand. 6-7 of diamonds this time. KM is in the house. We are greeted with KM's presence 2 days in a row. The Shack's in the water, mate. The first FT for Politowski. Simon Politowski. Yes, Earl has been running hot since yesterday, but he has got some game as well. He makes some big boy moves that you don't see often. And has earned his right as the table captain for now. This is a rejam from Simon. Ace-9 off suit. Hijack opens. He's one of the shortest stacks. Sixes for Richie in the big. I think this ace-9 is going to be fine. We do have fold equity. If I had ace-6, ace-7, and ace-8 offsuit, I would just let it go. It is King Jack 4. That's looking very, very dismal for the ace-9. It's an ace on the turn, but it's no good. And Simon will eliminate Simon. Simon Fiala now playing nearly 15 million in chips. 6 players remaining now. Unlucky Sir, good game. In 7 plays, taking home €6,700 for his efforts. And that means all remaining players are guaranteed a minimum of €8,850. As KM says, Florin is already in the heads-up seat. It's written in the stars. See a 3-bet from Simon to 2.9 million from the small blind. Earl opening with the 8 deuce of hearts from the cutoff. Why not? Incredible that Earl decides to flat 6.6 million in this pot now. 654. Simon's going to bet. Looks like he's going for a larger size than I thought he would bet on this board. A lot of times we would just check. 2.8 million is the bet, and I don't see Earl going anywhere. Just double gut shot. Even if there is 2 clubs out there. Dun, dun, dun. 12.2 million in the pot as we see the turn. Oh, that is a get out of jail free card for Simon, because I predict he would have been checking on so many turns. That's not one of them. And now we just grip and rip. I don't see any reason to bet any less. It's just an all-in situation when we have a stack-to-pot ratio here of less than 1-to-1. Simon is going for a check because a third club has rolled off. I would just like to take this move away from Earl. Yes, our hand is going to be so strong, we're basically trapping with it. With 6 remaining in such a great event like this, I just don't think we want to see a river. We don't want to run the risk of Earl checking back on the turn. He won't do that too often. But when he does, there's a lot of bad rivers. Simon checking, knowing that Earl's just going to bet a lot of the time. I wouldn't imagine Simon is going to fold, but he doesn't like that there's 3 clubs out there. It is becoming a straighty, flushy board. So he's gone for the check jam, and he's got basically max value from his hand. Because Simon knows that Earl is going to bet the turn for him, I really, really like that he has decided to check jam. The reason I don't like checking is, for whatever reason, Earl checks back. We see a bad river. The pot is just huge. But when he's played it this way, he has made so much money. Playing very well against that exact player type. And Simon, who was all in call not so long ago, is suddenly your chip leader, playing nearly 27 million in chips, good for 67 big blinds. And I expected that we might have just seen Earl check back that turn and then fire the river for pot if it's checked again. But that changes things considerably. Earl now 4th on the leaderboard. No one short except Zoran Zorik, who has 10 big blinds. Florin Balan still remains in 2nd place. Jack 10-5 is the board with 4-way action to the flop. Small, big, hijack and cutoff. Zoran just deciding to call this one with 6s from the small blind. I would prefer to see him rejam pre. A lot of money out there for the taking. Did get info from Richie on Twitch that Earl has no tournament live earnings before this, or pretty much none. And it is Dan who's just going to take that one down with a bet, playing close to 16 million now. Simon betting 600k. With his Queen 7 on the 8-7 deuce. This guy is one to watch out for. Hometown hero finds himself in contention for a very large score. He has a total live earnings of $90,000. Looks like he won something for €6,594. Pokerman Road to the Czech Poker Masters. King's Prague. Less than €100 buy-in for that one. This isn't the first time we've seen Simon. Seen him before, maybe only briefly. And Zoran's biggest cash was from 10 years ago in Dublin. That's a long, long time ago. Simon putting the pressure on again, now playing 30 million. See, a guy like Simon, when he's got the stack that Earl had before, he's going to put those chips to work in a different way. And he's accumulating chips at a rapid rate. And he's very calm, cool, collected, and confident. All the characteristics you need to take down a title like this one. He came third in a mini main event. Thanks a million, Richie. For €48,750. And that was this year. So many faces go in and out of Kings, it's hard to remember them all. Florin with sixes, just going to call. Simon with ace three. See, I want to make this very clear. Simon's open here under the gun is fine when you've all the chips and there's massive pay jumps, etc. But when you've seen Dan doing it, he's doing it off sub 20 bigs into a full table, or we were A-handed at the time. It's just completely different. You want all chips mattering so much, but when we have 75 bigs, we can put all the pressure on post. When we have sub 20 bigs, yes, our hand looks quite strong, but the combination just plays so poorly in post-flop situations, and these guys have no problem going to the streets. So therefore, when you add up all those factors, it just makes the open even worse. It is 8-5-9. Simon checks. Florin with a good shot straight draw, even though there's two overcards to his pocket pair. Backdoor flush draw as well. And Zoran shoves 8 bigs here with queens. Florin in the hijack with pocket eights. And Florin's going to call. Whoa. Simon says, Raisy Daisy, ace king of diamonds, brah. Now, there was an under the gun open, a shove for 8 bigs, and Florin calling, so it will look quite strong to Simon, but ace king suited going to be too much hand. Not sure what sizing he wants to make it against Balan. Do we just shove for 40 big blinds more? It seems like a lot. I really like clicking it here too. What's the minimum amount we can click it to, Richie? So it's 8 and 8. 3.2. Or we can make it like 5 million on top. There you go. 5.2 million on top. That gets the pocket eights out of the way. And this is a big flip for both players involved. Here we go. Jack 3 deuce looking pretty good here for the ladies. Turn is a 6. River is a lady. And he gets a big double up to 10.2 million. And Simon still going to be playing a very comfortable 25.75. Aces for Florin. Three bet to 1.9 million from Dan. Danilo. Florin wants to make it somewhere around 4.2 million here. That looks like 4.4. And that's going to be the last hand before the break, and just as well because I need to open the window, put the fan on. It is boiling in here. See you all within 15 minutes. Lovely six-handed action to continue after the break of the Dutch Classics main event final table. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. See you all in a few moments.
Well, Deeb is always outspoken, never one to bite his lip, and many minds he's regarded as sort of the resident warden in the poker prison. You know what I mean? Like, he just likes to fact check people, make sure stories check out.
I feel like half the community find him to be a hero, and the other half think he's a heel. So it's
yeah. Maybe it just depends if you're on the receiving end of one of his
depends if you've done anything wrong.
Exposés.
Yeah.
The less skeletons you have in your closet, the better off you are if you're on Sean's radar.
That is true.
Meanwhile, Ace-8 suited once more has presented itself, this time to the other Hungarian, Kolozar. His 25K open is flatted by the chip leaders, pocket sevens, and that's mindful of the position from which the raise came. Madani in the cutoff, flatting King Deuce of Hearts, however, Justin, and now Karlik mulls over from the small with King Jack of Spades.
Yeah, suited hand on the button, plenty of chips. Not gonna get yourself. Oh yeah, not gonna get yourself in too much trouble, but at the same time, it's gonna be tough to win a nice sized pot with King Deuce here. Ooh, all right.
Nice to be able to close the action and not be concerned about anything happening behind us if we're Dietrich fast with these 2 9s in the big blind. Karlik did call as well. Family pot, and Queen Jack 9 is damp. We've got bottom set. We've got a couple of gut shot straight draws, one of which has a pair of jacks to go with it. All we needed was a second diamond out there to really make things spicy.
It might come. I don't think anyone's going to be betting this flop, so...
Well, Madani does have himself a king high flush draw to go with his gutter, but that is really wet texture.
Yeah, if you bet this, you're okay playing for stacks if you lead this flop, I think.
Well, 30K
there we go.
Into 137 isn't exactly screaming. Wow, that is a disciplined little muck there from Gerald Karlik.
It's not so much the 30K bet, it's the people behind, and then concerning yourself what's going to be happening on every turn. Unless it's a 10 or a jack.
Well, we know fold is never on this man's mind.
Yeah, that's right. I like just calling here, too. That's wonderful.
Ace-8 and the 7s bow out.
Big turn card for fast.
By the way, that bet by Madani got a lot of mileage. It pushed 3 players into the muck. Now a bit of a pesky road to improvement from Madani. He's got top pair, but the 4-liner on board.
Do you have to
Plenty of 10x, I would imagine, in the big blind defense range.
No. Yeah. For it not being a heart, that's a pretty good card from Madani to not put any more money on. He gets showdown value.
And expenses the flight. Like, it's not. You're not going to crush it there. You can enjoy yourself.
Oh, he's going for it again.
Yeah,
you have to go.
I used to play like one series there 2 years ago or something like this. It was fun, yeah.
80K this time into the 197, and I gotta say, I'm a bit surprised to see it, but perhaps he anticipates that Fast would be more inclined to lead had he made the king high straight here, just given the face-up nature of it. And that leaves him merging.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think he might be trying to get the showdown, but I also think if he gets called here, he might realize that his hand's no good anymore, and he might turn into a bluff. But I think he might just be trying to get a showdown with top pair, just trying to get some value from some other queen X's or other flush draws.
It is, of course, troublesome as we see the board failing to pair on the river. Fast has the best hand, doesn't know it. To have hearts ourselves if we're Madani, because really that's the kit we'd like to assign across the way. And so the shutdown on the end. And the nines are able to get
exact board you want to flop
face up for free.
That's why the bet on the turn is kind of nice. If you know if you check back the turn and Fast were to lead out 100K and you would consider calling, you know, maybe it's sometimes just better to bet 80K yourself. Try to get out of line with the Jack 3 offsuit, and he got slapped right away by Madani.
Mm-hmm.
Finds another beauty. Ooh, Kolzar on the button with a suited ace jack.
Facing
This
a
is
consecutive open now from the chip leader. Maybe some altered perceptions that, in spite of the responsibility that we just alluded to that Shmeko has shown off, not being out of line or V-pipping egregiously,
I think they will
we
end
could
up making a 38-minute
perceive that he's shifted gears, but Kolozar just content to flat ace-jack of diamonds on the button. Well served, of course. And now Shahar, in an awful way, unbeknownst,
no 45.
could take a price.
Well, as soon as I saw the 16 structure, I told him
I think Kolozar having his hand being suited helps him call a lot. I think
45 is too long.
people tend to lean the 3-bet on the offsuit just because it plays slightly worse post-flop.
Don't have a reservation
Yeah,
restaurant,
it's
so
pretty
you'll be
ace-jack of
eating
diamonds.
20 minutes anyway.
I want to have a nice walk outside of the parking lot.
Okay.
Breathing some fresh air. Doing some jumping jacks.
It's a disciplined choice there from Shahar to
It's not pumping enough just up
dodge this situation. I'm not so sure Kolozar is going to be able to dodge things, nor would he want to. Pairing the nut flush draw over here, little does he know it, but he lags behind. And this flop has chosen violence. 104 in the middle.
Having some inherent showdown, Kolozar probably is just going to take the passive route and just call here. It's not really a high five moment to like raise and have someone put you in. And with the jack, you have showdown value inherently. So just call and hope you get a prettier turn card.
So a flat of the 65K follow through, and now the nuts on the turn for Kolozar. Shmeko draws dead. No justice.
Shmeko gives the little knuckle, assuming he's setting it up to check call, and then on the river, check the side. Kolozar's probably looking for an amount where he could get he checks back. Wonderful play.
Really
doesn't realize how strong his opponent is.
What's more wonderful to you, the play on the turn or the deuce of spades on the river?
That's right.
And if you're Shmeko, this is an uncomplicated development, and obviously a check back from Kolozar might leave us thinking that value is available with 234 in the middle.
I agree. I think he might even go big here. Really attack certain queens, king jacks, jack nines.
And he's just praying that his man's got ace king across the way. Something that can potentially call what is sure to be this raise. Kolozar, though, I don't know that there are any sizes available other than all 486. And once that gets dedicated, the ace-queen loses luster in a hurry.
Yeah, this is just a little bit of posturing. I don't mind it, just to make sure your opponent can possibly think you can find some kind of bluff by jamming for not much more. There are sickos out there that do this as bluffs, but I do think Shmeko is going to find a fold fairly quickly.
Is 200 just too greedy with ace-queen?
No, I like it. Honestly, I think it's a good bet to bet then fold. Yeah. you're getting value from everything you have beat, and everything that raises is you're going to fold to anyway.
Note, by the way, zero hesitation. Shmeko
Yep.
understood exactly what he was going to do in the face of the only raise size that was available to Kolazar, and
That's the
quite
thing.
content.
Then, like, taking these outlier approaches, I do think can be successful. But I think you just need a little more thought, maybe a little more cadence on the river from Dick, just to let him soak in that the 7 paired, and like, okay, if I had a 7 or if I had ace queen, what would I do? What would I bet here?
Yeah.
Instead of just kind of like count to 3 in your head and fire out a bet.
I mean, there was something just innate within me as I observed the manner in which he went for the stack and then fired that river that lacked consideration. It just, as I said, like some sort of manufactured, prefabricated choice, and that was maybe part of the calculus for the jacks, which now have been passed over to Aishan in the big blinds, 605 back. Dick, fresh off of obviously getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, made it 50,000 legitimately with ace queen offsuit, and he's being pushed upon.
This is going to be a tester here. I think he's looking for a reason to put it in, and I think he's going to follow through here.
Wow. 6. 30.
I think he's
So Dick is going to rip in over the top.
And the plan call with 2 jacks. Classic race here. Definitely makes and breaks a lot of tournament lives. This flip exactly.
Not happy to play this one.
Aishan was already
Die checks nochmal verlieren, stimmt.
No.
2 cards away from elimination earlier. He might be looking at this like a free roll.
baby. No.
Oh!
No.
No, baby.
No, baby.
King available.
You king. No ace.
Now,
What's that?
ace
You queen
available
by
as well.
ace.
I think you would take a king as well.
Queen ace.
Anything.
Come on. Yes!
Oh my God.
Yes! Come on, baby! Woo! Woo-hoo! Yes, baby! I love you! I love you! Wow. Come on, baby!
Is poker gambling or competitive sport?
For sure it's a sport. At least for me. At least for me it is a sport. 100%.
It's no gambling. For sure no gambling.
0%.
0%, yes. I would say yes.
I would say it's a mix of both, because in some moments you need the luck, but you have to have skill to come wide in the tournaments. And yeah.
So mix, yeah?
Yeah, it's a mix of both.
Is poker gambling or sport?
It's a sport, I would say.
Okay. Why?
It's fun.
But gambling is also fun.
That is true.
Is poker gambling or competitive sport for you?
Competitive.
Why?
Because you have to take the right decision, observing, analyzing people. Yeah, so it's competitive, for sure.
Well, I mean, there is, of course, a luck factor. I'm not going to lie about that. But if you play a lot and you are better than your opponent, you know, on the long run, the math is going to be in your favor always. That's why there can be people like me, like us, that do this for a living, you know?
Alrighty, gang, welcome back after the break. Blinds are up. 250k is the small blind, 500,000 is the big blind. With 500,000 running big blind ante, that's 250, 500, 500. We see Danilo from the hijack with King 7 of diamonds. Florin calling from the small and Richie calling from the big, flopping best on the Queen 4 deuce. Only one overcard to Florin Balan's pocket pair. All players remaining have guaranteed themselves a nice €8,850. 6 remaining hopefuls are chasing that first prize though, €53,900. Top 4 all going to get a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Danilo going for a second barrel here, and this pot getting very bloated. Danilo hoping for a diamond or a king or something to that effect to continue barreling, but decides to continue barreling on a 9 of clubs. Wasn't expecting to see this. This is trying to get a deuce or a 4 to fold, maybe some weak Queen X, or a hand like Ace 5, Ace 3, maybe a hand like Ace 6 of hearts that had some backdoor capabilities. Oh, whoa, Richie just lets his hand go there. It's easy for us to say when we can see the cards at home, but Danilo been getting away with murder, having a very wide range from many positions at the table, etc. that I already talked about. You've got to call a second time against Richie there. Or if we are Richie, we have to call a second time. Yes, Bird, it does work, but the only problem is he's only got one follower. It's an imposter. It's not the kid 1953 I thought it was. 1.2 million is the bet here from Danilo. Richie shoving over the top, and now action back on Simon. This is a cold 4 bet though. I wasn't expecting to see Richard Romsick 4-bet rip 21 bigs in this exact scenario with what's at stake with just ace queen offsuit. A lot of times facing an open and a 3-bet, we're just going to fold the ace queen to significant pressure. Does decide to find a 4-bet rip, and that's why it's not the easiest decision here for Simon. I think jacks are just going to be a bit too strong for 15 big blinds more, but I could be convinced that we need queens plus to call in this exact scenario. Definitely folding 8s, 9s, and 10s. It's a jacks plus sort of a situation. You're not going to see Richard turning up with 8s, 9s, or 10s too often as a 4-bet rip. So it's going to be ace queen, and a lot of ace queen should go into the muck. And ace king is going to be jamming, and we're flipping against that. So a lot of the time in this exact scenario, we are going to be flipping at best. This is a giant pot in the tournament, and for both players involved. It is Richard who is at stake. It is king 10-4. No help to the ace queen. Still needing an ace, a queen, and now a jack. Simon's going to have overwhelming chip lead if he can hold here. 6 of clubs brings more possibilities for Richard. 12 outs for Richard as we hit the river. It is the deuce of spades, and we lose Richard in 6th place. Simon now playing close to 40 million in chips. Unlucky Richard, good game. He takes home €8,850 for his efforts. That means 5 players remaining now, and they are all guaranteed a minimum of €11,450. BCS says 7 deuce never loses. Simon bets 1.5 million. And he's opening up his game a lot when we are on the 10K ticket bubble. So the difference, guys, between 5th and 4th place here is €3,000. But that doesn't tell the full story because we have the 4 tickets as well. First, second, third, and fourth all going to get a 10K ticket. So there's actually a 13 grand difference between 5th and 4th. Danilo, king, queen of clubs. 6s for Zoran. 3, 8, 10, 9 is the board. Decent equity being picked up there from the king, queen on the turn, but just decides to check it over. Zoran checks it back, and now he's just going to check on the river with a set. Might have liked to see Danilo bet that turn, deny some equity. We will have the best hand sometimes, and a lot of the time we will get rid of some ace-x type holdings. Simon betting 750 on the Jack 4-3. Florin has a decent amount of equity here with the 7-5. On the Jack 4-3 with some backdoors, good shot straight draw. Great river for Simon. Well, he had the best hand already, but he certainly has it now with trips. Simon wants to bet chunky-ish here on the river. Like 3 million sounds good to me. But it's Florin who's going to try take this one away with a bet of 4.2 million. Goes for pot. Yeah, I read this one a little bit wrong. I thought Florin might just check, but makes no sense to check. He's got a bluff at it. He just has 7 high and has missed. And does Simon just want to call here? I don't know if there is much merit to raising in case for whatever reason you are outkicked. Your opponent has a better 4. But I guess when there's missed draws, he can try rep a missed draw by shoving. Against a different opponent, we might just see him call on that river, even though that seems a little bit nitty. But against Florian Balan, who is very capable of putting the cape on, Simon knows his customer and jams for value. Stone Resto in the house says, I'm really glad to see Simon play the FT. Me too, buddy. He's a regular at King's Prague, and I hate having him on my table. He's a really tough opponent to play against. So this is a great opportunity to study his play at different stack depths. I'll for sure come back to watch the replay a couple of times. Regains a small bit. Has taken quite the hit. Still over 20 bigs though. Simon, runaway bride now with 90 bigs. Expect to see him be opening pretty much any 2. I like your comment there, by the way, Stone Resto. This is a man you can learn from. I've been very impressed with his play so far. Earl, not as trigger happy anymore. This is an unbelievable situation, by the way, because not only has Simon got the guts of 100 bigs, all of his players, all 4 of the other remaining players here are all in or around 20 big blinds. So he can just keep pounding away at his opposition. Where it says it seems that he's on a run. Well, it's a perfect storm, isn't it? The story of this tourney has to be Earl Cagoon. He has lost several large pots. Still has 25 bigs. Faint B says Florian Balan again. Well, what a crusher. Super crusher. And I think we will see Florian 4-bet rip this one against Danilo Palomba. Just going to be too much hand. Fairly chunky 3-bet there from the button, by the way. 3.5x. Well, Faint B saying the Florian Balan again. Yeah, no one was as surprised as I was. I almost said before we went to the final table, the only thing that could make this better is if we see Florian Balan still in the mix. But I was totally joking. But I never said it in the end. I thought about it when I was downstairs, and I came back up. Just missed the first hand. And I seen him on the screen, and for some reason I thought we must be in a replay and that the break wasn't over. But then I was like, whoa, it actually is Florian Balan. The man, the myth, the legend. It's been some brilliant action today, Faint B. Simon goes for 1.3. Florian defends with the 10-8 off suit. Simon with the 7 Dewey. It's going to be so hard for Florian Balan to continue here on 9-5-4-2 spades. I thought we might see Simon just bet that one. He can't be betting all the flops, and Florian likely to continue. Could also check raise. I was going to say it's actually a pretty good combo for Florian to check raise, but maybe not against the chip leader in this dynamic. Now Balan bets 2.2. Range advantage to the big blind. This will smack the big blind's perceived defending range more so than the opening range from the button. Having said that, Simon is basically opening any 2 cards. Clearly is if he's got the 7 deuce. Florian will know that Simon is opening super wide as well. Open up wide, Johnny. It is the 9 of diamonds on the river, and now let's see what Florian wants to do. 7.75 in the middle. Not the greatest river to bluff. However, it's unlikely that Simon has checked back the flop with a 9 in his hand. If we're not bluffing this combo, what combo are we bluffing? If we are Florian Balan, he's just got to bet, right? He doesn't have to bet loads because he wouldn't. Oh, he's just going to get picked off for 1.7. I was going to say, does Florian go for a large sizing? But a large sizing just doesn't really make too much sense. I think both players have played that hand pretty well. Although I did think we would see a C-bet from Simon. But he can't be C-betting every single flop. And against a man of Florian Balan's caliber, decides to just check back that one. But look at this for a dynamic. 103 bigs for Simon, 25 for Earl, Florian with 20, Zoran with 18, and Danilo with 15. Simon does not want to double up any of these 4 players. Just wants to keep pounding away. Jab, double jab booster. Get him up against the ropes. And good night, Irene. Faint Beast says, I will be here with you. Let's have some fun. Good one, buddy. Don't normally be drinking caffeine past 2 or 3 o'clock in the day, but I do have a pint of delicious Coca-Cola here with ice. So I'm a bit giddy. Giddy up. I'm getting to do some family things this week. So yeah, bit of excitement in the air. Get away from the comms, get away from the computer. Get out and about. BCS says Simon is just having fun at this point, taking down pots with the worst hand possible. Yeah, so with a 13k pay jump between 5th and 4th, doesn't really matter what card Simon has for the most part. Simon was all in and called with about 3 million chips, 4 million chips not so long ago. Oh dear. Earl will not be folding this. Zoran has gone for a full 3x though. I wouldn't like to see Earl rejam this, but wouldn't be shocked to hear the words all in either. There you have it. And Earl, who had over 30 million chips not so long ago, will have 3.2 million remaining. Unless he cracks the kings of Zoran Zorik. What a name. Not the most amazing flop for kings against ace-5 of clubs. It's never easy. 6 of diamonds is a pretty good card. Queen of clubs on the river. And that's massive for Zoran. 2 huge double ups. In a row. For Z squared, we'll call him. Big smiles for Zoran. We do see Earl having enough. At this point, getting it all in with the King 9 for his last 6.5 big blind. Simon calls with the pocket 10, 7.5 million in the pot. Simon with 77% equity. And it's a 10 in the window. Turn is the 4 clubs, and that is GG for Earl Cagoon. Say what you want about him. He was unbelievably entertaining today and yesterday. He gave nothing but problems to all of his opposition, and I would love to commentate on this guy's game more. I'm sure this isn't the last time we are going to see this geezer, and a nice score for him nonetheless. Congratulations and unlucky GG. It's always a very disappointing finish when he has all those chips. Doesn't get the 10K ticket. Doesn't get the pay jump. Doesn't get the podium finish. But alas, you live by the sword. You die by it, mate. And now it's a whole different ball game with 4 players remaining. All guaranteed a minimum of €14,500 and a 10K ticket. And Simon has even more chips to fire. 12 bigs for Danilo. He'll be shoving this. $10-9 suited for Simon. This is close, you know. 10 bigs or less there, you might want to call. But with 4 players still remaining and having that much chips, like I said, you just do not want to be doubling up anyone. Maybe that's not as close as I think. You want a little bit of a better hand, but you will see guys gamble when they've over 100 bigs like that. Florian Balan now, ace jack of hearts. Faint B says 8 big blinds, probably a call then. Yeah, I originally thought it was a little bit less. I think 9. 9 sounds good to me. I'm not saying 9 to disagree with you, by the way, Faint B. I just think 13 is too much. We're calling 6, 7, 8. I think 10 or 11 starts pricing us out. And 9 is about my cutoff. Now, if we had a wizard here with an ICM calculator, we could put that in and find out for sure. It might be tighter again. But we have to factor in the fact that if we call and lose to 8 or 9, we still have 100 big blinds. Know what I'm saying? Still a hell of a lot of money to play for out there. And there won't be any deals being talked about with Simon Fiala with an overwhelming chip lead on his opposition. BC says he could have called that. Suit connectors are absolute goated cards. Yes, they are, but for 13, he can just fold and just take down the blinds and antes the next hand. Faint B with a great point there. The value of keeping one guy short is really good too. He has them. It's not just keeping one guy short. They're all basically tied right around the same amount, around that 10 to 12 million mark. So they are all handcuffed in what they can do. I think that rip was a bit of an overkill, by the way, for 16.5 bigs blind v blind when he limps with the Jack 5. And we have Ace King suited. You want to make it somewhere around 3x. Faint B agrees with me. He says you can even go smaller, 2.5. Zoran could lose a chunk of chips here. He does have serious kicker problems, however. Zoran betting very small here, and when he bets this small, Florin is going to raise it up the majority of the time with a lot of straight and flush draws out there. We have the King of Diamonds, we have the 10 that blocks a lot of straight combos, it unblocks diamonds, unblocks hearts. Suppose we don't unblock diamonds when we have the King of Diamonds, but we unblock hearts. Zoran probably calling here on the turn, but we don't love it. Maybe he could just get away from it. We do have top pair and we are four-handed. I just wouldn't bet this small in the first place. Simon opening with the 5-4 off suit and Florin Correctly shove him with the ace-8 offsuit. Now back to 25 big blinds. Floor him with jacks. A real hand. Just going to take that one down. Floor min raising again. Simon Tree betting from the small blind with King Queen offsuit. Florin might call this or decide to 4-bet rip. He can just call comfortably in position, but these ace-jack offsuit combos might just play better as a 4-bet rip against this exact player profile. That looks like an all-in to me, and I think it's the correct decision. That's a really nice pickup by the way, that 4-bet rip. Florin fast approaching 20 million now, putting himself some distance between the other two combatants. Simon betting 800k with the same hand as Florin on the Jack 10-5. Florin has more backdoor equity than Simon in the form of a club. It doesn't come, it's the 7 of diamonds. And they're just going to chop this one up. Not much to talk about there. Simon's still over 100 big blinds. Just 100 large, that's all. Florin shoves on Danilo for 12 bigs. And Danilo calls with King Jack suited. $12 million in the pot. Danilo is the at-risk player, but does have 64% equity, almost a 2-1 favorite. Queen 7-3. Pretty good flop for the 6-5. Backdoor hearts working. Good shot straight draw and a 5 or a 6 still wins. And the turn is a 6. Wow. Danilo needing a king or a jack on the river. It doesn't feel like it's coming. He's walking away. I'm walking away. And we are going to be going three-handed for this title unless there's a king or a jack on the river. It doesn't arrive. Straight for Florin. And Danilo straight to the bar. Danilo Palomba with a very nice score, the biggest of his career by a landslide, considering he hadn't had one before. Taking home nearly 25 grand, including the 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. This could be fireworks. We are now three-handed. Top pair, decent kicker here for Florin, but it's Simon who's flopped top two. There is 3 spades on board, neither player with a spade. All players remaining have secured themselves a 5-figure payday. I would think Florin is just going to raise right here, right now, to that small sizing. It's not that small. Nah, just decides to call. Turn is a king. And if I'm Simon, I am going to size up, not down. Somewhere in the region of 4 million. $4 million is the bet. And against this aggressive of a player, there's no way Florin Balan can fold on this turn. It is interesting that Simon led into Florin Balan on this flop. I will say that. And then a king rolling off. I was going to say there's no way that Florin Balan can let this go, but the more I thought about it, when he leads like that and then bets big on the turn, you would expect that card to hit Florin more so than Simon. And a lot of 10x or 8x or just a spade are going to check on that turn, especially out of position. So therefore, Simon is repping quite a strong range. Very polar there, whether he's got the top end of his range or the bottom. And Balan's made an excellent fold. I expected to see Balan call on that turn. Zoran bets 1.2 million. Florin calls. And Zoran just moves all in here for 20 biggins on the turn. No messing around. Faint B wants to know how many entries we had. 1,807, sir. As Richie says, it's going to be 35 degrees in his town tomorrow. Wow. Hot, hot. Balan winning another nice one on the ace jack 6-9, picking up a lot of equity on that turn. Florin raising the 1.2 million, 3-bet from Simon, staying active this time with the king 6 off suit, and it's back around to Florin Balan. Neither of these players letting up. What a flop for Florin. 2 overs and enough flush draw. $3.5 million is the bet. I don't see Simon going anywhere just yet. He's got second pair, decent kicker. Just trying to control the size of this pot. Does go into check call mode. $7.7 million is the raise. I've read this slightly wrong. I thought Simon went into check call mode. He didn't. He's put in the full enchilada, trying to put the nail in the coffin here for one of the greatest players to ever play at Kings, Florin Belan. For some reason, I just thought he 3-bet pre. I thought that he check call. There was going to check call, but that doesn't make too much sense. Thought he was trying to pot control, but there's no need for him to pot control. And the 10 of diamonds rolling off on the turn, and Florin Belan needs to hit this river. 16 outs in the deck, or we are going to lose. The phenom that is Florin Belan, and Simon will have over 75 million in chips. Oh my God, it doesn't arrive. So he's bet 3.5 million. He's got raised, and he said, if you've got it, you've got it. I'm all in. Florin Belan makes the call, has all the equity in the world, too many outs, but cannot get there. And we are going heads up for this title. And I was sure it was going to be Florin Belan and the chip leader. Wow. What a hand of poker. Florin Belan bows out in third place. Fantastic result. €20,700. We are going on a break to get this heads-up battle sorted out. He had so many outs indeed. 125 bigs is going to play 25 bigs when we get back. And we are going to put a ribbon on this thing. Yappa Snap says, how are we traveling? Leaving for work soon. Just popping in for a little rundown. We're traveling well. I'm going to get some air. A breather is well needed in this room that is absolutely boiling. I will be back in a few moments. Don't go anywhere. We're going to keep it right here. One of these two remaining players is going to become your Dutch Classics main event champion. And it's going to be very difficult to beat Simon Fiala, who has been playing out of his goddamn mind. Zoran Zoric is up against it. But it's never over till it's over. See you all in a few.
Meanwhile, back at the feature, chip leader has opened with ace-3. By the way, gentlemen in the background there, I don't know if you caught a glimpse of that. Picking an interesting place to find a catnap. Jacks could make things interesting here. Not, however, compulsory, especially on road to the money bubble, to inflate things out of position.
I agree. It's nice to be under rep too. Like you can just know you. Oh well, not now, but just comfortably get in a check call, a couple streets, and know you're probably gonna have the best hand. But
on an ace-king 7 board, however, we recognize the issues afoot.
Still probably need to peel one off. Having the jack of diamonds is really nice. Plus, there is some attachment, I guess, when you kind of slow play a bigger hand than you're supposed to. I feel like most people, including myself, we want to see one more street with it. Just prove it to me.
Yeah, in case it's a one-and-done sort of effort. Olszewski, though, has been in line for the most part, so we'll see what comes on the heels of 20 a man. Just because Olszewski's got this ace doesn't mean that he's going to be in the mood, pardon me, for another barrel. Predictable second check out of the jacks. A check back this time. Oh!
Oh, my.
And Jacob, dressed in spades, knocks on the door. Where do these cards come from? I mean, I'm not suggesting that all of a sudden this is going to be some seismic pot, but perhaps these are the moments that positively reinforce the peel.
That is true. And I like the check back from Olszewski on the turn as well. Just pot controlling, and it's probably, well, fast going for the check raise here, it looks like.
Might that have something to do with the sizing, though, from Olszewski? If all of a sudden he comes with full pot, maybe check raise isn't what's on our mind here. Some queen 10 could be afoot. I don't think pocket aces, pocket kings are what he anticipates.
No, not those. But yeah, queen 10 is scary, but oh, this
25K is not.
25K makes his life a lot easier.
Take a picture of those chips, because you're not going to be seeing them after this action.
Now it's just how much does he want?
$125.
3 days, 125. 6 for now.
He gets paid.
Ace king.
I'm a little surprised by this. Spots for Deeb, who currently runs in third, as you got a glimpse at the chip counts.
And everyone here had the 10,000 euro to get in this tournament. And I'm not trying to say Sean's more comfortable than everyone else, but, you know, he's played for millions of dollars numerous times in his life.
Well, Mr. Madani has played pocket kings enough to know exactly how to approach them pre-flop. Upstairs he takes us, 26,000.
Okay.
Sevens now for Deeb in the small.
That was a nice sigh.
Inflation not on his mind. 1-7 into the bin, by the way. Not good news for Sean, who's going to be all alone and out of position against these Cowboys. 10-9-3, couple of overs. Unclear whether or not he thinks 10x, 9x is part of the equation for a Madani open up front.
It's so schnell.
Into 76 comes just a modest 18K. Justin. Not really a sizing that we anticipate is going to relieve Deeb of all of his range.
Yeah, I think Deeb is going to be calling just about everything, but this makes it nice price. Having the 10 and the 9 out there always presents more straight draws for the upper ends, the king jacks, queen jacks, king jacks, king queens. This is a spot where I fully expect Deeb to peel another one off, even if he does size it up here, which I'm sure he's going to do after down betting.
112 in the pot, and yet we continue to milk.
This is a very milky.
Was ich Pik habe. König Dame.
What are the arguments against the downsized turn bet after that very downsized flop bet?
To me, it shows that he has some showdown value. If he has king high or queen high or even some ace highs right now, I expect him to bet big, put pressure on a lot of these hands. His bet sizing says to me he has a hand that he's okay getting to showdown no matter what.
Okay, now interestingly enough, even though we see Sean check, this is one of those cards that when you down bet flop and turn and the big or small blind rather defender gets to this point, that backdoor flush, middle pair card pairing could put us in a bit of a blender if all of a sudden Deeb were to have risen up for a healthy size. And look at Madani, unafraid whatsoever of that development. Barrels once more.
1, 2, 3. And okay. 1, 2, 3.
Well,
60K.
The milk might work here. To your point, I thought Sean might consider it. Maybe a check raise, just merge it a little bit. Probably would like to have the 7 of diamonds in his hand instead, but again, this just shows that he has just a ton of value. But I think Sean sleeps very well at night and
yeah,
doesn't have to worry about what the other person had very often.
You know, he didn't look uncomfortable, but he did look a little bit confused by the line. And so 60K worth of curiosity satiated as those 7s find showdown. And unfortunately, they find the muck as well once shown kings. The reward for his efforts. No further poker for you, sir, in the main, unfortunately. Meanwhile, we pick things up here back at the feature where we've arrived on the turn with a seldom involved chip leading Michael Dick.
Looks like this probably went open call or maybe open 3-bet call. The pot size was already 360 before that bet right there.
Krivsky showing no concerns about Queen X, or better for that matter. Barreling once more, does have that gut shot.
Wow. I feel like Dick must have a plan here. Not just to hit an ace.
I mean, the 9 would be an awful card for him.
Yeah.
Board pairing 7 on the river. And I'd like to believe, Justin, that your speculation is accurate, and reaching for chips definitely reinforces that it was the plan to flat and then to barrel a multitude of rivers. And you know, it's a little peculiar because just how do I describe this? Like, the vibe of this felt preordained, like almost like it didn't matter what the river was, I was going to do this. And then you ask yourself, well, why would that be? You know?
Yeah, like he didn't really put a whole lot of thought with the 7 peeling. And again, I think we missed the pre-flop action. Yeah, he sniffs it out, makes the call. But a lot of times when these obscure lines are taken, it's out of desperation instead of out of like a value thought.
Did you know that 98% of people on Earth don't know what the word flop means? If you do, you're officially in the top 2%. Come catch some flops at King's Resort, where real poker stories begin.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back to the heads-up battle for the title of the Dutch Classics main event. 5-1 chip lead for Simon. $24 bigs for Zoran. Up against it. Does have the ladies. Is guaranteed €29,000 and a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, so nearly 40 grand. Cold Fold says, let's go. Simon bets 2.5 million. Zoran taking the pot down with the ladies. The hand previous. It is Ace King 10. Zoran with a pair. Not much going on for Simon. Only 8 high. Does he want to continue firing? This guy's intuition has been on point and has impressed me greatly. He is a man to learn from. Gives very little away. That's why you see him going for a second bet. Would think it's fairly unlikely that Zoran has an ace in his hand when we're heads up. We'll try get him to fold a hand like 10x or king x right here, right now. King might call twice. Whoa! That wasn't what I expected to see. I don't think that's the first time I've said that today. Simon taking that one down with the ace-4 offsuit. Just wants to keep hacking away here at Zoran. Zoran has chipped up nicely since the start of play, though. After that king-8 hand a few moments ago. Yep, a snap says balls. Must have done a whoopsies on the carpet, did you, Yappa Snap? Get to work, you dosser. Yappa Snap says the boys can start without me. They know what to do. Simon raises to 1.5 million. Zoran calls with 10-7. Zoran checking it over to Simon one more. Thing about playing against someone so dangerous like Simon, who just double barreled with 8 deuce, it's very difficult for us to fold second pair when Simon continues firing. And when Simon does have a hand, we just have to pay the man. Yeah, but Snap says the boys can start without me. I never really ask anyone what they do, but what do you do? Where did the bald, well-dressed rooster finish? Hey, now, I'm bald. Go easy. Oh, look at this for a river card for Zoran. Talk about catchingup.com. $4 million is the bet from Simon. Just going to get snapped up by Zoran. And that's a really nice pot for Zoran. It's up over 30 million now. Yeah, but Snap says demolition and so am I. Fisher, remember? You spelt it wrong. Or maybe you meant to spell it wrong. And who am I to correct someone's spelling anyway? Nobody. Kivsan wants the prizes. I'll give you the prizes. 29,000 euro for second place. 53,900 euro for the eventual champion. Yeah, but Snap says I run my own show, so technically I'm never late. A man after my own heart. Couldn't have said it better myself, Yappa Snap. I love that comment. Get that man a gold star, and a frothy. A frothy, mate. Kivsan says it's a pleasure to hear you. You are very welcome. Actually, Yappa Snap, I have one frothy in the freezer, well, in the fridge. A large Moretti, a big bottle, one of those big boys for when this is all said and done. Yappa Snaps apologise. Sorry, you're right. That was my mum's maiden name, so I spell it like that. Don't apologise to me again. It's okay, mate. It's okay. I'm going to let it slide this time. Simon's still playing the guts of 100 bigs. Simon says, call with the 5 deuce offsuit. Zoran bets 2 million and another one taken down by Zoran. He's played very well at this final table, by the way. He was short for a while and had like 2, maybe even 3 double ups in rapid succession. Definitely 2. Won some other pots. Some of those all-ins really going his way. That's the game, boys. My point is, if he gets a stack going, we've seen this time and time again. Blinds go up once or twice. They feel each other out. Small pots here, large pots there. Suddenly, the deficit isn't as much. You're looking at like 60 bigs playing 40, or whatever the case may be. Soren calls the additional 1.3 million with the Jack 7. Simon with 10-8 of hearts, 10-6-5 is the flop. Simon bets 1.6 mil. Zoran calls. Turn is the king of spades. 10-6-5. Don't know if this favors. It's hard to say who favors, but once we are heads up. Zoran wants to continue firing here a decent portion of the time to try to get a 5 or a 6 to fold. So I used to just check back against the likes of Simon. Can always rep a hand on the river. A lot of ace-X would check back that turn. So now this is quite a good river for Zoran to bluff at. It's just so difficult to get these bluffs through against a man of Simon Fiala's caliber. And he must be ecstatic, by the way. Giddy is a schoolgirl that he's not playing Florin Balan heads up. Not taking anything away from Zoran Zoric, but there is night and day between Florin Balan and most people that you are going to be playing at Kings. Yeah, but Snap says, "Oi, Dan, I reckon we should do a video call one night and have a few frothies." If I'm having a few frothies, the last thing I want to do is have a video call unless it's a lovely lady. Sorry to disappoint you, Yappa Snap, but when I'm having me few frothies, I like to be away from the computer. And if I can handle the hangover. Ooh, I don't know what age you are, but I'm 35. Hard to handle hangovers once you hit 35. I try to avoid them. But I'm only human after all. Simon makes it 1.5 million. Zoran releases. $36, mate. Stop suking. I don't know what suking means, but I'm sure you're going to tell me. Zoran with King 4 diamonds. Playing nearly 50 bigs now. So he's essentially doubled up since we started. Only about 10 hands ago. Oh, a souk is a crybaby. All right. I thought as long as you weren't calling me a kook or a cook, is that what it's? Anyway, so the 9-4 offsuit makes it 1.5 million to go. Zoran with the 9-5, dominating the 9-4. We'll call the additional 900k. I want you to give yourselves a massive round of applause today, by the way. So much fun, chat, and banter on YouTube and the Poker Room Kings on Twitch. We are back every Sunday and Monday. We've got the Shark Millionaire next weekend. That's a big one. You'll have to come back next week, Yappa Snaps. So it's the Shark Bay 1 million guarantee. So it's the Shark Bay 1 million guarantee, not the Shark Millionaire, but much of a muchness. We'll be having plenty of fish, whale, and shark references next weekend. Love it, Dan. You make it fun with your return serves. Yeah. I've got a powerful shot, all right. Not as powerful as my mother. She has a wicked backhand. I'd like to thank all the moderators as well who have helped over the last few days. And the new followers, new people on YouTube. Got great numbers over there. And the Action Army on Twitch, of course. We've got the Shark Bay, we've got the German Poker Days, and the Wolf Millionaire. Oh! They're your next 3 events at the King's Resort that you can find out all the information about on the King's Resort website. Simon bets 800k with top pair and an open ender. Zoran going nowhere for 1.3 big blinds. Turn is the deuce of spades. Simon takes that one down. Yappa Snap says he's going to love next week. You will, but I was so right. The Dutch Classics this weekend has surpassed itself, in my opinion, for how much entertainment value was provided for the viewers. I want to give an extra special thanks to our moderator, Re-Raised Chili Dog, Richie. Worked his ass off today and yesterday. Much appreciated, Richie, my boy, with all that extra info, etc. Queen 5 deuce is the flop. Turns a 10. We are on all the usual social media platforms. I forgot to mention that part, but you probably know by now. Simon bets 4.5 million here on the river. A lot of draws miss. Straight draws, flush draws. And I wouldn't be shocked to see Zoran call once the board is paired as well. Does call. Simon getting a lot of value. I don't blame Zoran for calling there, just unfortunate. Now, I will say, a lot of the draws will keep on barreling. So when the turn goes check, check, and then he bets the river. Some extra combos we lose to. I still think when you're heads up, even trying to make a pair heads up is difficult. Richie says, always glad to help you, my friend. You've got a friend in need. Everybody needs good neighbours, Yappa Snap. We could see a decent amount of money go in here, let me tell you. 6-5-3, Simon with the Jack 4 clubs, open-ended, some backdoors working for him. Zoran with top pair, 10 kicker. Simon just going to call. Turns a Jack. Zoran might bet again to deny equity. Bets 1.5 million. And now Simon is going to raise to 4 million, top pair and an open ender. Zoran wasting no time before calling. It must be getting quite frustrating for Zoran playing against Simon. That's a river that Zoran might pay off on. Hearts miss. Straight draws miss. If we are going for a size in here, we could potentially just go for the lot. It's only a small bit more than pot. Like 120, 125% pot. And that's what we would do with our missed draws. Oh my God, he's gone for it. It could be over right here, right now. Zoran Zorik put to the test for his tournament life. He's got a decent hand to call down with, unblocking the hearts, unblocking the straight draws. That jack of diamonds pairing the river. It's unlikely that Simon would have a jack. We can see he's got trips. 3 jacks. And I wouldn't be shocked to see Zoran take a stand, put on the cape, and call this one. What do you think he's going to do, gang? All vote now. He does call it off. We'll get the bad news that it is all over. Zoran Zoric should take a bow. He played very well, just outclassed. And how wouldn't he be? Simon Fiala, the most deserving Dutch Classics main event champion. Wow, well played, buddy. Congratulations to both players and indeed everyone else who got a chunky score from this final table. What a fun event. €29,000 for second place, €53,900 for him. Right there. Congratulations. I'm going to let him enjoy this moment with his friends. Look, he must be ecstatic. And I'm sure we will be seeing him back at King's very soon. Simon Fiala, a hometown hero, is your champion. That's it from me. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.